Imagine that the universe repeats itself in an infinite cycle. Every moment you live, every emotion you feel, every decision you make, all of it has happened millions of times before and will perhaps happen again, infinitely. In a reality where time is not a straight arrow, but a closed circle, where the past you cannot change and the future you have yet to create are one and the same, what becomes of the uniqueness of our lives? What is the meaning of our choices today? We will explore this profound idea of a cyclical universe, a concept currently being debated at the deepest levels of science and philosophy. This is not just a journey into cosmology, but into fundamental questions of meaning, destiny, free will, and the nature of consciousness itself. Together, we will begin to uncover the mysteries that await humanity and existence within the disorienting landscape of infinite repetition. Is the universe really an infinite cycle, where everything, including you, repeats itself? One of the most striking and persistent questions about the nature of the cosmos is whether events progress in a linear fashion, from a singular beginning to a final, ultimate end, or if they operate in a cyclical manner. The cyclical universe theory argues that the cosmos has no true beginning and no final end, but instead repeats itself in endless cycles of expansion and contraction, of birth and death and rebirth. In this model, everything constantly loops back to start anew, meaning that all material and energetic processes in the universe never truly cease to exist. They simply transform. This perspective is a revolution in thought, one that overturns the human mind's innate search for a definitive start and a final conclusion, transforming the story of existence from a finite line into an eternal, circular narrative. This cyclical nature is most famously embodied in the idea that our own universe, which began with the incredible explosion of the Big Bang and has been expanding and cooling ever since, will one day halt its expansion, collapse inward under its own gravity in a big crunch, and be reborn with another, new explosion. This concept is supported by theoretical frameworks such as the Big Bounce in modern cosmology, an idea which suggests that the fundamental laws of physics themselves may have a cyclical nature embedded within them. If the universe is truly locked in this eternal cycle, then every event we experience, from the most mundane to the most profound, could simply be a new chapter in a scenario that has already been played out countless times before. In other words, we are all actors in an endless cosmic theater, unknowingly and perhaps unwillingly playing the same roles in a constantly repeating play, with each new universe being a slightly different performance of the same script. When we begin to truly consider the implications of this, deep and unsettling questions arise about the very nature of our identity and the uniqueness of our personal experiences. If all beings and all events are simply repeating in an endless cosmic loop, what is the meaning of individual choice and the possibility of genuine change? Does some form of universal memory carry information and experience between these cycles? Or is everything completely and utterly erased with each cosmic rebirth? While scientists debate the complex physics of whether energy and information are completely lost in the fires of a big crunch, philosophers are left to question how free will and individual agency can possibly exist in such a deterministic universe. In a truly cyclical cosmos, our perception of time itself would have to change completely. The sharp, comforting lines we draw between the past, the present, and the future would no longer exist. Everything would flow into one another, and the boundaries between what was, what is, and what will be would become hopelessly blurred. This perspective might, in some ways, reduce humanity's deep-seated existential loneliness by connecting us to an eternal, repeating story. However, it could also lead to a profound sense of helplessness and futility. After all, is it truly possible to create something new, to be genuinely free, within the confines of infinite repetition? Or does the infinite cycle trap everything and everyone within a predetermined, unbreakable cosmic code? Could you have lived the life you are living right now, at this very moment, billions upon billions of times before? It is a comforting, and perhaps necessary, belief to think that human existence is a singular, unique, and precious event. However, the unsettling idea of a cyclical universe suggests that the very life we are living at this moment could be lived over and over and over again. Perhaps the exact emotions you are feeling right now, the specific dreams you are nurturing, the pivotal decisions you are contemplating, and every single step you are taking have already occurred, in some form, countless times before in the vast, repeating history of the cosmos. This staggering possibility forces us to repeatedly question the place and meaning of the individual within the grand, impersonal machinery of the universe. If every moment we experience is merely an echo of a moment that has already been lived, our cherished sense of originality and individuality is deeply shaken. Nevertheless, some thinkers and philosophers argue that these cyclical repetitions, far from rendering life meaningless, can actually bestow a profound and unique meaning upon existence. If our lives are indeed repeated billions of times, this could serve to demonstrate the infinite importance and weight of every single moment. Because even within the seemingly rigid confines of infinite repetition, one small, seemingly insignificant change can have a huge and unpredictable impact on the entire universe in the next cycle. Perhaps a small decision we make right now, a minor act of kindness or a moment of courage, could be the seed, the initial perturbation, that leads to the beginning of a completely different and new reality in the next iteration of the universe. Thus, even within a cyclical universe, there is still ample room for meaning, for change, and for the power of individual choice. From a scientific perspective, this idea finds some resonance in mathematical concepts such as the Poincaré recurrence theorem, which suggests that under certain specific conditions, complex systems can, over a long enough period of time, repeat themselves indefinitely and return to a state that is arbitrarily close to their original state. In the realm of quantum physics, the wave function of the entire universe can be interpreted as containing an infinite number of possibilities, all of which could be explored in an endless cycle of cosmic rebirths. All of this serves to reinforce the mind-bending possibility that the life we are living right now may be a near-perfect mirror image of a life lived in a past cycle. In this case, our sense of individual identity might change its form between the cycles, like individual drops of water in a vast, flowing river, but it would remain fundamentally the same at its core. The inherent repetitiveness of existence can make humans feel both deeply uneasy and strangely enchanted from a psychological perspective. The weight of the idea of an infinite cycle deepens with the stark realization that the most precious and personal moments in a human life may not be the first and only time they have occurred. However, this same endless repetition may also trigger a powerful and profound urge to live each and every moment more consciously, more fully, and with greater intention. If we have already experienced everything many times before, we may now, in this particular cycle, have the power to create a new awareness, a new meaning, and a new destiny. What would it truly be like to live in a universe where time is circular rather than linear? We are, by our very nature, accustomed to perceiving time as a straight, unwavering line that progresses inexorably from a fixed beginning to a final end. From the moment of our birth to the moment of our death, like an arrow shot from a bow. But what if time is circular in such a reality? Our journey would never truly end. We would constantly, and perhaps unknowingly, be returning to the beginning. This presents a disorienting and profound reality where the past and the future are not distinct entities but are deeply intertwined, and where all events occur cyclically within a vast, continuous loop. At every turn, we would be beginning anew and simultaneously coming to an end. Life in such a universe would resemble a grand piece of music, filled with repeating motifs and recurring themes, where the beauty lies not in the final note, but in the intricate patterns of the composition itself. The perception of circular time would bring about significant and fundamental changes at both the individual and the societal level. The past would become something that can, and will, always return. The future, in turn, may be something that has already been experienced in a previous iteration. Perhaps what we call time travel is not a journey through a linear timeline, but is simply the act of navigating through an intertwined, endless loop that has no true beginning and no true end. This perspective would bring about a profound and permanent change in human psychology, as every event and every decision would carry the undeniable potential for constant repetition in this circular journey. The very boundaries between death and rebirth would become blurred and indistinct, Every end would simply become the gateway to a new, and perhaps identical, beginning. In such a reality, people could not completely escape their past mistakes or their greatest successes, because everything would, eventually, be relived. This could, in a strange way, create a sense of cosmic justice. The certain knowledge that everything we do, for good or for ill, will eventually come back to us might lead us to make more conscious, more ethical, and more compassionate choices in our behavior. On the other hand, it is also deeply questioned whether real, genuine change and true freedom are even possible in a constantly rotating time loop. In this kind of universe, the delicate balance between the concepts of fate and free will becomes much more complex and fraught with tension. If the journey always and inevitably returns to the same circle, how much control does a person truly have over their own destiny? Or, conversely, does circular time offer humanity an infinite number of chances, an endless series of possibilities for change, for learning, and for growth? In such a universe, we would exist in a state that is simultaneously open to both infinite, deterministic repetition and infinite, creative possibility. Circular time is, in this sense, both a profound hope and an endless, challenging test for all of humanity. What if every Big Bang in the history of the universe is actually just a continuation of the previous one? Although it is widely accepted in modern cosmology that our observable universe began with a singular event known as the Big Bang, the profound question of what, if anything, happened before this explosive moment remains a deep and persistent mystery. The cyclical universe model offers a compelling and elegant answer to this question by suggesting that every Big Bang is born from the ashes of the previous universe's collapse. In other words, our current universe is just one link in an infinite chain, a universe that carries the subtle traces and the physical legacy of all the past universes that came before it. Each new, violent explosion is a great and glorious rebirth that follows the inevitable death and collapse of the previous cosmic iteration. This grand cosmic cycle paints a picture where the total amount of energy and matter in the universe never truly disappears, but is simply and constantly changing its form. This perspective also brings the fascinating and speculative ideas of cosmic memory and information transfer to the forefront of cosmological thought. In each new cycle, perhaps the deepest and most fundamental secrets of the universe, the values of its physical constants, the nature of its laws are carried over into the new, emerging universe, atoms, galaxies, and even the fundamental mathematical laws that govern the cosmos may, in some subtle way, pass from one cycle to the next. Some scientists have speculated that faint and almost imperceptible traces of the universe that existed before our own Big Bang may still be hidden in the faint afterglow of creation, the cosmic microwave background radiation, or in other unexplained cosmic anomalies. In this view, each cycle of the universe would contain the faint echoes of all the universes that came before it, creating a rich and complex cosmic history. In this particular model of the cosmos, the death of the universe is not a final, terrifying annihilation, but is merely a phase of profound transformation and transition. Even at the very moment when everything seems to come to an end in a fiery big crunch, the vast amounts of energy and information that are hidden at the very core of the universe are simply reborn with a new, powerful explosion. This represents the ultimate continuity of existence and a form of universal permanence. Perhaps in each new cycle, the very meaning and the specific laws of existence are subtly redefined, and each time, the universe is able to try out a slightly different set of possibilities. These cyclical explosions would, over an infinite amount of time, allow for an infinite amount of diversity and an infinite number of possibilities in the universe. Each new cycle may begin with small, almost unnoticeable, or even large and dramatic differences from the previous one. Over the vast expanse of cosmic time, these small differences could accumulate and play a decisive and crucial role in the ultimate fate of the universe. In these infinite cycles, every explosion is a new hope, and every collapse is a necessary preparation. This powerful and elegant model shows that the universe may have an inexhaustible and eternally renewing source of life and creativity. Does the universal cycle of death and rebirth also apply to the universe as a whole? Death is, without a doubt, one of humanity's most fundamental and pervasive fears. However, for the universe itself, death may simply be a form of transformation. In the cyclical universe model, the concept of cosmic death is not an ultimate, final end, but is instead the necessary and unavoidable gateway to a new beginning. Just as the seasons cycle here on Earth, from the death of winter to the rebirth of spring, so too does the universe itself die and is reborn. This grand cosmic perspective allows us to view the concept of death not as an end, but as a universal and essential process of transformation and renewal. With each and every collapse of the universe, all of its matter, all of its energy, and perhaps even its cosmic information, become the raw material for the new universe that will inevitably emerge from its ashes. The universe does not simply cease to exist when it dies. The forms that its energy takes may change, its matter may be dispersed and reconfigured, and in the next cycle, it will inevitably take on new and perhaps unpredictable shapes. This constant and endless transformation serves to demonstrate that existence itself does not reach an absolute and final end, but rather that every end simply opens the door to a new and fresh beginning. As frightening and final as the concept of death is for us as individual human beings, it is just as natural and necessary for the universe as a whole. In this grand cosmic cycle, the very meaning of death also changes. Death is no longer a tragic loss or a final cessation of being, but is instead a profound opportunity to exist again, perhaps in another, completely different form. Accepting the reality of this cosmic death reinforces the powerful and comforting idea that life, in some form, is continuous and that nothing is ever truly and permanently lost. Perhaps death is, in fact, the only way for the universe to cleanse itself, to reset its cosmic clock, and to renew itself. This perspective can also be deeply inspiring for us. The cycles that we see all around us in nature, in our own bodies, and in the vast cosmos, are likely just miniature, fractal reflections of the universe's own grand life cycle. The constant interplay of death and rebirth are the universal rules and the fundamental realities that support the very eternity of life. Perhaps we, as conscious and thinking beings, are just one small, fleeting, but essential link in the grand, repeating cycle of the universe. In this view, each individual death is, in a way, the beginning of a greater and more encompassing life. Could the ultimate fate of the universe really be predetermined? The idea of fate, of a pre-written destiny, has been one of the most preoccupying and persistent questions for human beings throughout history. In a cyclical universe, all events and all possibilities may seem to be predetermined within the context of an infinite, unchanging repetition. If everything happens in exactly the same way in every single cycle, how much of what we experience is truly under our own control, and how much is simply the inescapable fate of the universe? This profound and challenging question opens up the age-old debate about free will, but on a vast, universal level. In the field of cosmology, some scientists and theorists argue that the fundamental laws of the universe, the very rules that govern reality, remain largely constant across all the cycles. This could be taken to imply that the universe's ultimate destiny is, for the most part, predetermined and unchangeable. However, the inherent uncertainty and randomness that are at the very heart of quantum mechanics suggest that small, unpredictable differences can and will emerge within each of these cycles. Perhaps, then, destiny is not an entirely fixed and rigid script, but is instead a general outline that is filled with small, random deviations that can, over time, lead to completely different and unpredictable outcomes in each new cycle. From a philosophical perspective, the idea that our destiny is completely predetermined can often make human beings feel helpless and insignificant. However, it is also true that even a very small, seemingly insignificant change in a cyclical universe can create a powerful and far-reaching chain reaction, much like the famous butterfly effect. A tiny, almost unnoticeable difference in one cycle could potentially trigger a massive and transformative change in the next one. In this particular case, a delicate and intricate balance is established between the concepts of free will and destiny. Even though everything may seem to be, on the grandest scale, predetermined, there is always, at the very least, a small door that remains open for change, for novelty, and for surprise. In this context, the question of whether the destiny of the universe is ultimately fixed or not depends, in a very real way, on the existence and the power of human free will. This cosmic and elegant dance between the forces of destiny and the potential of free will is what forms the fundamental dynamics of life and existence in a cyclical universe. Whether we, as a species and as individuals, are doomed to repeat the same mistakes in each and every cycle, or whether we can, at some point, find a new and better path, remains a subject of endless curiosity and profound exploration for both individual human beings and for the universe as a whole. Do the very concepts of a first and a last moment really exist in the vastness of the universe? Most human cultures and the majority of our scientific narratives are deeply rooted in the idea that the universe had a definitive beginning and will, at some point, have a final and ultimate end. However, the cyclical universe model completely and fundamentally questions these deeply ingrained concepts of a first and a last. In this view, every beginning is simply the direct continuation of the previous end, and every end is merely the harbinger of a brand new beginning. Time and existence are deeply and inextricably intertwined in this infinite cosmic cycle, and the boundaries between them are almost completely and utterly erased. In the field of physics, the arrow of time, our unwavering perception of time flowing in one direction, is often and intimately associated with the concept of entropy, the universal tendency towards increasing disorder. However, in most cyclical cosmological models, the total entropy of the universe is thought to be reset to zero at the beginning of each new cycle, after which it begins to increase once again. This would mean that every single cycle is a truly new and fresh beginning, and that there is no such thing as an absolute first beginning or a final, ultimate last end. From this particular and profound perspective, cosmological time is not a line, but a circle. It can never completely and fully return to its absolute beginning or reach its final end, but instead flows continuously and eternally. In the realms of philosophy and mythology, these infinite cycles have long been used to embody the profound concepts of immortality, transformation, and eternal change. The never-ending story of the universe, in this view, presents a form of existence in which every single moment is simultaneously both an end and a beginning. This powerful and disorienting idea can create feelings of both immense freedom and profound loss in the human mind. Is it more valuable and meaningful to be lost in the vastness of infinity, or to always have the chance for a new and fresh beginning? This unique approach constantly challenges the very limits of modern science and serves to expand the boundless realms of the human imagination. When time and existence are viewed from this cyclical and eternal perspective, the very meaning of life also begins to change. Perhaps the first and the last that we so desperately seek have, in fact, never existed at all. Perhaps everything is simply one small part of an endless and eternal flow of transformation, of change, and of becoming. In an infinite, cosmic cycle, we are all just a part of a grand story that is never, and will never be, truly and completely finished. Could the fleeting and mysterious memories that we sometimes experience actually be the faint remnants of another, previous cycle? We all, at some point in our lives, have those strange and inexplicable moments of déjà vu. A new place can feel strangely and deeply familiar, even though we are absolutely certain that we have never been there before. A conversation can seem as if it has already happened, word for word. The powerful and provocative idea of a cyclical universe suggests that such unsettling moments may not be mere tricks of the mind, but could actually be the faint traces of previous cosmic cycles that have somehow managed to seep into our subconscious minds. Perhaps the myriad of experiences that we have had over the course of countless, repeating cycles have slowly accumulated in our subconscious as a form of latent memory, and they now surface from time to time, unbidden and unexplained. This intriguing and speculative theory assumes that the deepest and most hidden depths of the human mind hold the ancient records of all of time and all events. The subconscious mind, in this view, may have stored all the information that we have acquired throughout the infinite, repeating cycles of the universe as a kind of cosmic memory. Some psychologists have long argued that the collective unconscious, a concept that includes universal archetypes and shared human myths, carries the faint traces of humanity's shared past, a past that goes far beyond our own individual and personal memories. In the context of the cyclical universe model, these ancient and powerful traces may not only pertain to the history of humanity, but to the entire vast history of the universe itself. From a purely scientific perspective, the field of neuroscience has not yet found any evidence to prove that memories can, in fact, be transferred between different cosmic cycles. However, some of the more speculative quantum consciousness theories do, at the very least, open up this fascinating possibility. Perhaps the most fundamental building blocks of the universe, the atoms and the energy that make up everything, can somehow carry the faint and subtle traces of past lives or past experiences into the new, emerging cycles. In this particular and mind-bending case, the memories that we sometimes experience may not be truly first-time experiences at all. All of this has a profound and deeply unsettling effect on our perspective on our own identity and the nature of our existence. If our memories are, in fact, not just our own, but are echoes from another, long-forgotten cycle, how much of our personality and our choices are truly unique to us? Or are we all, in a very real sense, just repeating similar lives, feeling similar emotions, and experiencing similar events in an endless and inescapable cosmic cycle? Although there is, as of now, no definitive answer to this profound and deeply personal question, even the act of considering it can fill us with a sense of wonder and serve to deepen the profound and beautiful mystery of our own existence. Does the very flow of time itself progress in repeating, fractal-like patterns? It is certainly possible to see cyclical and repeating patterns all around us in the vastness of nature, in the intricate workings of the universe, and even in the intimate details of our own lives. The constant and predictable changing of the seasons, the endless cycle of day and night, the rhythmic vibration of individual atoms, and even the complex dynamics of human relationships and entire societies all seem to have a kind of inherent repetition built into them. It is possible, then, that the very flow of time itself is filled with these repeating motifs, from the smallest, microscopic level all the way up to the grandest, cosmic scale, fractal patterns. Those infinitely complex and self-similar mathematical structures appear frequently in the underlying mathematics of the universe. Perhaps time itself also has a fundamental structure that is composed of such infinite, nested cycles. These repeating patterns also serve to reveal the deep and intricate relationship between the forces of order and chaos in the universe. Although very similar events may occur in each and every cycle, the small, unpredictable differences and the random, chaotic deviations can, over time, lead to significant and completely unexpected outcomes. Scientists have observed cyclical motifs and periodic, predictable changes even in the most fundamental laws of the universe. These powerful and pervasive motifs suggest that the repetitions we experience in our own lives may, in fact, have a much larger cosmic counterpart. Cultures and entire civilizations also seem to experience recurring cycles throughout the course of recorded history. Wars and periods of peace, the glorious rises and the tragic falls of great empires, all seem to repeat endlessly within the circular and often predictable structure of history. In the lives of individual human beings, our habits, our mistakes, and our greatest successes often emerge in a distinctly cyclical pattern. Perhaps all of this repetition is simply a direct and unavoidable reflection of the fundamentally cyclical nature of time itself. If the very flow of time does, in fact, progress with these repeating patterns, then the purpose and meaning of our lives can perhaps be found within the context of these grand cycles. In an endless and eternal cycle, there is both a sense of profound freedom and a feeling of inescapable inevitability. Our individual lives may just be small, fleeting motifs in the grand, cosmic symphony of the universe. Each new repetition, in this view, creates new and unforeseen possibilities and has the potential for new and deeper meaning. The fundamentally cyclical nature of time, far from being a source of despair, can actually serve to enhance the profound beauty and the deep, abiding mystery of our existence. If a new universe truly begins after every great and fiery collapse, what, if anything, remains of the previous universe? In the grand cosmic cycle of the collapse and rebirth of the universe, one of the most intriguing and persistent questions is what, exactly, is carried over from the previous long-dead universe into the new, emerging cycle? Is everything truly and completely reset to a blank slate? Or are some forms of information, of energy, and perhaps even of memory, somehow transferred into the new universe? Some of the more speculative cosmological theories suggest that energy and information, in their most fundamental forms, never truly and completely disappear, but instead continue to exist in different and perhaps unrecognizable forms. In this particular case, each new universe would be a unique and complex being that carries within it the faint traces and the deep, hidden secrets of its past. The law of conservation of information in the field of physics is still a subject of intense and heated debate, especially in the context of extreme objects like black holes and the cataclysmic events of cosmic collapse. According to some scientists, even the enigmatic black holes may, in some way, retain some of the vast amounts of information that they swallow over the course of their long lives. This incredibly dense information could then, theoretically, be transferred into the new cycle when the entire universe collapses in on itself. Thus, in each and every cycle, there would be the subtle and almost undetectable remnants of the past, deeply and permanently embedded in the very fabric of the new universe. The ancient memory of the universe might be stored in the faint afterglow of creation, the cosmic microwave background, as a kind of faint and ghostly echo of the universe's infancy. If the new, emerging universe is not a completely and utterly blank slate, then this residual information and energy that is carried over from the previous cycle could play a decisive and crucial role in the ultimate shaping of the new universe. In this view, the process of cosmic evolution becomes more complex, more intricate, and more intriguing with each and every new cycle. Perhaps, through this grand and cyclical progression, the universe itself behaves much like a constantly learning and evolving entity, slowly and patiently exploring the vast landscape of all possible realities. All of this serves to open the door to both fascinating scientific and profound philosophical debates about whether or not the universe has some form of intercycle memory. If this cosmic memory is, in fact, carried over from one cycle to the next, then the mistakes and the successes of the past could have a profound and lasting influence on all the new and emerging cycles. If, on the other hand, everything is completely and totally reset with each new Big Bang, then each new cycle would open the doors to a completely different and unpredictable existence. This deep and fundamental uncertainty is what makes the infinite, cosmic cycle of the universe even more fascinating, more mysterious, and more profound. How does the cyclical universe theory fit in with the strange and counterintuitive world of quantum physics? The field of quantum physics helps us to understand how the universe works at its most fundamental and deepest level. The complex and powerful quantum field theories that have been developed over the last century serve to describe the bizarre behavior of both energy and subatomic particles, while also raising some of the biggest and most profound questions about the very beginning and the ultimate end of the universe. In the context of the cyclical universe model, the universe is born and then dies multiple times, with a new and unique starting point being formed each and every time. This powerful and elegant model implies that the inherent and unavoidable quantum fluctuations and the fundamental uncertainties that are at the very heart of reality can and will lead to different and unpredictable outcomes in each and every new cycle. In other words, as the universe repeats itself over and over again, a very small and seemingly insignificant change at the quantum level can produce completely different and unpredictable results in each new and emerging cycle. Since the very foundation of quantum mechanics is based on the concepts of probabilities and inherent randomness, it is highly likely that no single cycle in a cyclical universe would ever be an exact and perfect copy of another. Each new Big Bang would, in this view, give rise to a new universe that has subtle and perhaps even significant quantum-level differences from all the ones that came before it. Thus, Each new cycle of the universe could potentially feature a slightly different set of physical laws, a completely different arrangement of galaxies, and could even give rise to entirely different and unimaginable forms of life. These ever-present quantum fluctuations serve to add an extraordinary and beautiful amount of diversity and creativity to the standard cyclical universe model. Additionally, some of the more bizarre quantum phenomena, such as quantum entanglement, demonstrate how different and distant regions of the universe can be deeply and mysteriously interconnected. Perhaps the vast amounts of information from the previous cycles of the universe are somehow transmitted to all the subsequent cycles at this fundamental quantum level. This would suggest that some form of cosmic memory could persist in the form of these subtle, microscopic traces. The ambitious project of combining the strange world of quantum physics with the grand cosmic vision of the cyclical universe model is one of the most exciting, most challenging, and most profound topics in all of modern cosmology. This powerful and tantalizing combination constantly challenges both the scientific and the imaginative limits of our current understanding of the universe's infinite and cyclical nature. The inherent and unavoidable random nature of quantum physics only serves to reinforce the powerful and hopeful idea that absolute and perfect repetition never actually occurs in a cyclical universe, and that each and every cycle is, in some fundamental way, completely and totally unique. This, in turn, suggests that every single life and every single universe could potentially contain its own unique and unrepeatable story. Is it ever possible for a conscious being to gain a true and lasting awareness of the infinite cosmic cycle? In a cosmological model where the entire universe is constantly repeating itself in an infinite and eternal cycle, can individual or even collective conscious beings ever become truly aware of this grand repeating cycle? Can a single human being, for example, somehow sense or come to know that their own life is, in fact, repeating itself countless and countless of times? The very concept of awareness is not just limited to an individual's own personal and subjective experiences, but is also deeply and intimately connected to the ancient and powerful desire to attain a form of cosmic consciousness. In this sense, the act of gaining a true awareness of the infinite cycle may, in fact, be a way for the universe itself to come to a deeper and more profound understanding of its own nature. From a purely philosophical perspective, the act of becoming aware of this cyclical existence could serve to greatly strengthen and empower human free will. If we are, in fact, experiencing the same or very similar things over and over again, we may, at some point, be able to learn from all of our past mistakes and to consciously and deliberately open up a new and better path in the current cycle. The very act of gaining awareness of the infinite cycle can serve to transform human beings from being merely passive and unwitting repeaters of a cosmic script into becoming the active and conscious writers of their own destiny. Perhaps our own conscious and deliberate choices can, at some point, disrupt the seemingly rigid and deterministic patterns of the cycles, and even give birth to new and completely different universes. Some ancient thinkers and many mystical traditions have long argued that such a profound and transformative awareness is only possible through a process of spiritual awakening, or what is often referred to as enlightenment. When an individual's consciousness awakens to the greater and more encompassing flow of the universe, it can, in theory, break free from the powerful constraints of the cycle, or at the very least, transform them into new and more creative forms. Perhaps, throughout the long and complex course of human history, some particularly insightful and sensitive individuals have come very close to realizing the true nature of the cycle through the common and mysterious experience of déjà vu, or through their own deep and powerful inner intuitions. Ultimately, the very act of gaining a true and lasting awareness of the infinite cycle is what allows human beings to find a new and more profound meaning for themselves within the vastness of the universe. Instead of simply seeing our own lives as being mere players in a constantly repeating and meaningless cosmic game, we can instead choose to become conscious and powerful beings who are in the constant pursuit of genuine change and true, lasting freedom. This powerful and transformative awareness may, in the end, be the very key to producing genuine innovation and a sense of profound hope even within the seemingly deterministic confines of a cyclical universe. Why is it, in such a universe, impossible to truly choose between the past and the future? When we begin to think of time not as a straight line, but as a closed and repeating cycle, it becomes increasingly and profoundly difficult to make a clear and meaningful distinction between the concepts of the past and the future. In a truly cyclical universe, every single event that occurs will, at some point, repeat itself in both the past and the future. In this particular and disorienting case, what we commonly refer to as the future is, in a very real and literal sense, actually a past that is simply destined to be repeated. In this unique and powerful model of the cosmos, where the very concept of a linear timeline completely disappears, and where all events are simply flowing in a circular and continuous manner, the past and the future inevitably and completely blend together. This strange and counterintuitive situation also serves to reveal the inherent and perhaps unavoidable limits of human will and agency. The ultimate consequences of all of our choices may simply reappear, unchanged, in the next cycle, thus blurring the already thin and indistinct line between the concepts of free will and destiny. The very act of choosing the future, in this context, is actually just the act of reliving a past event. In an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, every single choice and every single consequence is simply doomed to repeat itself, over and over again, endlessly. The very act of making a choice, no matter how significant it may seem to us, may simply be like returning to the very same point on a circle, no matter which direction we choose to travel. This powerful and profound perspective brings about a major and fundamental change in the common human perception of time. Perhaps the act of choosing something that is truly and genuinely new is, in fact, completely impossible within the confines of the cycle. Every single possibility, no matter how unlikely, must eventually be experienced within the context of this infinite and all-encompassing repetition. This, in turn, gives rise to a powerful and pervasive sense of cosmic justice and a feeling of profound and inescapable inevitability. All of the different paths that we might choose to take will, at some point, converge at the very same point in the cycle, and will then simply begin all over again. Ultimately, the inherent impossibility of truly choosing between the past and the future is what makes human existence so much more complex, so much more mysterious, and perhaps so much more meaningful, as we all strive to understand the nature of our own lives. The act of grasping the infinite and cyclical nature of time is simultaneously both deeply comforting and profoundly unsettling. Perhaps the only real and meaningful choice that we truly have is in how we will choose to face this eternal cycle, and how we will choose to make sense of the endless and repeating journey that we find ourselves on within it. Are the recurring and repeating events that we observe in the universe simply a matter of coincidence, or are they a matter of deep and profound necessity? We can, and do, observe recurring and repeating events all throughout the vast and intricate nature of the universe, in the grand and stately formation of galaxies, in the fiery and predictable birth and death of individual stars, in the constant and reliable changing of the seasons here on Earth, and even in the dramatic and often tragic rise and fall of human societies. In the context of a cyclical universe, are all of these endless and pervasive repetitions simply an inevitable and unavoidable part of the cosmic machinery? Or are they just a series of random and meaningless coincidences? In the world of science, we can clearly see that some natural processes do, in fact, repeat almost inevitably, while some other events seem to occur entirely and completely by chance. The delicate and intricate balance that exists between these two powerful and opposing extremes is what creates the profound and beautiful complexity of the universe that we observe all around us. On the grandest cosmological level, the fundamental laws of physics are thought to be, for the most part, fixed and unchanging, and they will therefore operate in the very same way in each and every cycle of the universe. For example, we know that stars are born, and that they will eventually die under a very specific and predictable set of physical conditions. This, in a very real sense, is a cosmic necessity. However, the specific questions of when and how each individual star will form are, for the most part, determined by the inherent randomness and the probabilistic nature of the quantum level. This clearly and powerfully demonstrates that both necessity and chance are operating together in a delicate and intricate dance within a cyclical universe. Even within the seemingly deterministic confines of an infinite repetition, a single, small, and seemingly insignificant coincidence can have the power to completely change the entire course of the next cycle. On the much smaller and more intimate social and individual levels, human beings also tend to experience very similar events over and over again. The endless cycles of wars and of peace, of love and of loss. All of these may seem like the inevitable and unavoidable outcomes of our own fundamental human nature and the inherent structure of our social systems. And yet, every single generation and every single individual also experiences their own unique and random set of events. Small, unpredictable deviations are constantly emerging within the grand, repeating cycle of human history. Perhaps the greatest and most profound mystery of the entire universe lies in this delicate and ever-shifting balance between the forces of necessity and the possibilities of chance. In the infinite and eternal cycle of the universe, it seems that neither complete and total determinism nor absolute and utter chance reigns supreme. The fine and often blurry line that exists between these two powerful and opposing forces is what makes the astonishing and beautiful diversity of life and existence possible. Every single repetition that occurs is, in a very real sense, both completely inevitable and totally unique. The simple and profound fact that everything within the grand cosmic cycle is simultaneously both predetermined and yet still open to an infinite number of new and unforeseen possibilities is, without a doubt, one of the deepest and most beautiful mysteries of the entire universe. Do the fundamental and universal laws of physics remain the same in each and every new cycle of the universe? The laws of physics, as we currently understand them, form the very basis of how the entire universe works. However, in the context of a cyclical universe model, it is a very important and still unanswered question whether these fundamental laws can, and do, change with each and every new cosmic cycle. Some of the more conservative cosmological theories suggest that during the extreme and violent conditions of a Big Bang and a Big Crunch, the most fundamental constants of the universe, such as the speed of light and the gravitational constant, may, in fact, remain exactly the same in each and every new cycle. If this is indeed true, then each new and emerging universe could be expected to operate in a manner that is very similar, if not identical, to the one that came before it. However, some other scientists and physicists have argued that during these major and transformative cosmic changes, small and subtle deviations in the very laws of the universe could, and likely would, occur. The inherent and unavoidable quantum-level uncertainties and the small, random differences in the initial energy distributions could potentially lead to the emergence of a new and completely different physical reality in each and every new cycle. In this particular and fascinating case, the fundamental laws of the universe would be subtly recalibrated, with small but potentially significant differences in each new cycle. This, in turn, could give rise to entirely different and unimaginable universes. This powerful and mind-bending possibility implies that truly new, truly unique, and truly unpredictable universes could emerge within the seemingly deterministic confines of an infinite cosmic cycle. Perhaps, in some of these alternative cycles, the conditions would be such that life would be completely and utterly impossible, while in some others, the conditions might be so favorable that consciousness could evolve in a myriad of different and wonderful forms. The profound and still unanswered question of whether or not these universal laws remain constant is, without a doubt, one of the greatest and most fascinating mysteries of both modern cosmology and classical metaphysics. If the laws are, in fact, completely fixed and unchanging, then the universe could simply be repeating the very same story over and over again for all of eternity. If, on the other hand, the laws themselves can and do change, then each and every new cycle is filled with a completely new and entirely different set of potentials and possibilities. Somewhere between these two powerful and opposing extremes, the quest to discover the true and fundamental nature of the universe remains one of humanity's deepest and most persistent curiosities. What, if anything, was there before the very first Big Bang? The profound and deeply philosophical questions about the ultimate origin of our universe are, without a doubt, among humanity's oldest and most persistent curiosities. Although the Big Bang is now widely and scientifically accepted as being the definitive beginning of everything that we can currently observe, the question of what, if anything, existed before this cataclysmic and creative event remains a deep and profound mystery. According to the cyclical universe model, the Big Bang that created our own universe was, in fact, preceded by the final and total collapse of another, previous universe. In other words, our entire current universe may have simply emerged from the fiery end of a previous cosmic cycle. This particular and compelling question is highly controversial from both a scientific and a philosophical perspective. Many scientists and physicists question whether the very concepts of time and space were even valid before the moment of the Big Bang. Perhaps, in a very real sense, time itself only began with this explosive event, and therefore, there was no before to speak of. Or, perhaps, there was some form of residual energy accumulation or a series of powerful quantum fluctuations that were left over from the previous cycle of the universe. And it was these remnants that ultimately triggered the beginning of our own new cycle. Some of the more specific and detailed cosmological theories have suggested that the previous universe completely collapsed in on itself, forming a single, infinitely dense point known as a singularity. And it was this singularity that ultimately triggered the next Big Bang. Other, more exotic approaches have argued that multiple pre-existing universes could have collided with one another, and it was this cataclysmic collision that gave rise to our own new Big Bang. In any case, the profound and deeply philosophical question of whether there was absolute and total nothingness or something else before the Big Bang is, without a doubt, one of the most challenging and mind-bending puzzles for the human imagination. Although there is, as of now, no definitive and universally accepted answer to this profound question, the cyclical universe model does lend strong support to the powerful and elegant idea that the universe, as a whole, never truly and completely began, but is instead simply an endless and eternal flow of transformation and change. Perhaps, in a very real and fundamental sense, everything that exists is simply the endless and eternal rearrangement of an ever-present and unchanging field of energy. This deep and abiding uncertainty is what ensures that humanity's grand and cosmic adventure of discovery will likely never, ever end. Is there just a single, solitary universe? Or are there an infinite number of different universes that are all contained within a single, grand cycle? When we begin to seriously consider the cyclical nature of the entire universe, one of the biggest and most profound questions that inevitably arises is, is there just one single universe that is simply repeating itself over and over again? Or are new and completely different universes being created with each and every new cosmic cycle? Some of the more conservative cosmological models have argued that all of the cycles are completely and totally interdependent, and are therefore just telling the long and complex story of a single, solitary universe. However, some other, more speculative, models have discussed the very real possibility of the existence of parallel and independent cycles, and therefore, of multiple coexisting universes. According to the now famous multiverse theory, a brand new and completely unique universe is born in each and every new cosmic cycle, and none of these individual universes are ever exactly the same as any of the others. This powerful, real, and mind-bending idea gives rise to a reality where an absolutely infinite number of different universes can, and do, exist, each one with its own completely distinct set of physical laws, its own unique structures, and its own boundless set of potentials. In this view, each and every new cycle could be the definitive beginning of a completely different and unpredictable cosmos, a brand new and unwritten story. This, in turn, suggests that the universe is not just a simple and repeating cosmic cycle, but is instead a constantly growing and branching cosmic tree of possibilities. On the other hand, some other physicists and cosmologists have argued that the cyclical structure of the universe can simply be interpreted as being the constant restarting of the very same universe. In each new cycle, a new universe begins with the very same initial amount of matter, the very same amount of energy, and with very similar, if not identical, initial structures. This particular view is largely based on the fundamental and powerful principle of the infinite and eternal repetition of both time and existence. However, due to the inherent and unavoidable randomness of the quantum world and the ever-increasing nature of entropy, it is highly likely that no single cycle can ever be an exact and perfect copy of another. The ultimate answer to this profound and deeply philosophical question is, without a doubt, one of the greatest and most persistent mysteries of both modern cosmology and of human existence itself. Somewhere between the mind-bending possibility of a single, solitary universe being experienced countless and countless of times, and the equally staggering emergence of an absolutely infinite number of different universes. There lies a universe of possibilities that is as vast and as boundless as our own imagination. Regardless of which of these two incredible realities turns out to be true, the curious and ever-questing human mind will undoubtedly continue to strive to solve this profound and beautiful mystery, and to come to a deeper and more complete understanding of the true and infinite nature of the universe. Is all of human history simply repeating itself within the confines of a much larger, cyclical universe? If the entire universe is, in fact, repeating itself in an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, could it be that all of human history is also destined to begin anew with each and every new cycle? The very same civilizations, the very same tragic mistakes, the very same heroic acts, and the very same heartbreaking tragedies. Is all of humanity simply walking the very same well-trodden path, over and over again, in each and every new cosmic cycle? This is a very important and deeply philosophical question, one that lies at the heart of the philosophy of history, and it serves to reflect the profound social and cultural dimension of the powerful idea of a cyclical universe. In many of our most ancient mythologies and in our most enduring cultural legends, the story of history is often and consistently narrated in a distinctly cyclical fashion. The glorious and prosperous Golden Ages and the dark and tragic Dark Ages are seen to follow one another in a predictable and repeating pattern. The inevitable rises and the tragic falls of great empires are seen to be repeated over and over again throughout the long and complex course of history. In the context of the cyclical universe model, all of human history is, in a very real sense, simply a direct and unavoidable reflection of this much larger cosmic repetition. However, due to the inherent and unavoidable randomness of the quantum world and the power of individual and collective human choices, it is highly likely that small, but potentially significant, differences and deviations will arise in each and every new cycle. Thus, each new cycle would, in this view, contain a new and slightly different human story. From a purely scientific perspective, the long and complex past and the future development of human civilization may appear to be, for the most part, chaotic and unpredictable. However, there are, without a doubt, recurring and repeating patterns that can be observed in our social and political processes. The endless cycles of wars and of peace, the constant stream of new inventions and discoveries, the great and transformative migrations of peoples, and the powerful and often violent cultural revolutions can, and do, repeat themselves in very similar ways throughout the course of recorded history. In a cyclical universe, all of humanity would be forced to face the very same fundamental challenges, over and over again. However, a single, small, and seemingly insignificant change in one cycle could potentially lead to significant and transformative differences in the next one. This powerful and thought-provoking idea raises new and fascinating questions about the very nature of humanity's collective consciousness and our shared collective experience. Perhaps the vast amounts of knowledge, the hard-won experience, and the deeply held values that we, as a species, accumulate in each and every cycle are somehow, in some subtle and mysterious way, passed down to all the new and emerging cycles. As all of humanity is forced to retell the very same story over and over again, it is possible that we may, at some point in the grand cosmic cycle, finally be able to learn from all the mistakes of our past and to create a truly genuine and lasting change. Can you even begin to imagine how your own individual existence might have taken a completely different shape in some of the other previous cosmic cycles? The powerful and disorienting cyclical universe model forces people to question their own identity, their own choices, and their own lives over and over again. If our very own existence is, in fact, being experienced in a myriad of different and unpredictable forms throughout the course of an infinite cosmic cycle, then it is entirely possible that we could have lived completely and utterly different lives in another, long-forgotten cycle. Perhaps, in one of these other cycles, we were born in a completely different geographical location, under completely different and unimaginable social and economic conditions. Perhaps we lived and will live again, completely different and unrecognizable lives, with completely different and alien identities. This mind-bending and deeply personal possibility has the power to fundamentally and permanently change our most basic and deeply held understanding of ourselves. The very act of imagining our own individual existence in these different and varied cosmic cycles also serves to take the age-old and profound concepts of free will and destiny to a brand new and much deeper dimension. If our own individual choices in each and every new cycle can, and do, show small but potentially significant differences, then how much of who we are right now is truly fixed and unchangeable, and how much is variable and open to change? This powerful and provocative thought can serve to trigger a deep and abiding desire for personal growth, for self-improvement, and for genuine and lasting change. We can, in our own minds, begin to imagine our own life's journey in an absolutely infinite number of different and fascinating variations. And we can then begin to seek out new and deeper meanings for ourselves in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle. Additionally, the speculative and intriguing idea of somehow being able to communicate with our other selves in these other parallel cycles, or of being able to catch fleeting and mysterious glimpses of these different lives through our own memories or our deepest intuitions, offers a rich and inspiring set of themes that are often explored in both the realms of science fiction and of modern psychology. Perhaps the strange and unexplainable feelings that we sometimes experience in our own lives are, in fact, the faint and ghostly echoes of the powerful and transformative events that we have lived through in another, long-forgotten cosmic cycle. Ultimately, the very act of imagining all the possible and varied forms of our own individual existence in these other parallel cycles can lead us to a much deeper and more profound connection with the universe's own grand and eternal cycle. Each and every new cosmic cycle opens the door to a new and unwritten life, a new and undiscovered identity, and a whole new and boundless set of possibilities. In the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, there is a vast and boundless space that exists between who we are right now and who we could, one day, potentially be. If we, as a species or as individuals, were to ever gain a true and lasting awareness of the grand cosmic cycle, would it then be possible for us to somehow break it in the vast and intricate cyclical structure of the entire universe? It is possible that humanity's one, true and ultimate quest is to somehow break free from this endless and seemingly deterministic repetition, to finally and completely break the cosmic cycle and to achieve a state of true and lasting freedom. If, one day, we were to awaken within the confines of the cycle and to become truly and fully aware of all the repeating and recurring events, could this powerful and transformative awareness then be able to open up a new and completely different path for us in many of our most ancient mythologies and in our most enduring spiritual traditions? The heroes and the enlightened figures who are able to successfully break the cosmic cycle often become the powerful and transformative harbingers of a new and better age, of a new and more enlightened reality. The very act of gaining this profound awareness would mean a complete and total rejection of the deeply ingrained notion of being hopelessly and eternally trapped within a cosmic cycle, and it would instead involve the conscious and deliberate creation of a new and more profound meaning for ourselves. The act of consciously recognizing all of the endless and pervasive repetitions, and then of deliberately making new and different choices in order to finally and completely break the chain, could potentially bring about a profound and lasting transformation on both an individual and a cosmic level. Perhaps the very evolution of both humanity and the entire universe is being slowly and patiently accelerated by the conscious and deliberate efforts of those few and rare beings who are, in fact, already aware of the great and repeating cosmic cycles. In this view, the seemingly mindless and deterministic cyclical repetition is slowly and surely being transformed into a form of creative and conscious change, all through the power of this profound and transformative awareness. In some of the world's most ancient and revered spiritual teachings, the powerful and profound concepts such as moksha, nirvana, or enlightenment are often used to symbolize a state of complete and total liberation from the endless and repeating cycle of existence. When an individual's consciousness is able to transcend the powerful and pervasive constraints of the cycle, it is said to rise to a new and much higher level of reality. From a purely scientific perspective, a single, small, and seemingly insignificant moment of awareness within a vast and complex cyclical system can have the power to completely and permanently change the entire system, all through a series of powerful and unpredictable chain reactions. However, the act of truly and completely breaking the cosmic cycle is, without a doubt, not an easy or a simple process. The powerful and seductive allure and the comfortable and familiar habit of the endless and predictable repetition will always and inevitably be pulling us back towards the old and familiar ways. And yet, a truly conscious and deliberate awareness has the power to transcend this powerful and deeply ingrained habit, and to directly and powerfully challenge the fundamentally cyclical nature of the entire universe. Perhaps the greatest and most profound freedom that we can ever hope to achieve lies in our own innate ability to create new and better paths and new and more meaningful stories within the seemingly rigid and deterministic confines of the endless and eternal cosmic cycle. Does the seemingly endless and eternal cosmic cycle serve to show that everything in the entire universe is, in fact, governed by the cold and impersonal hand of fate, or by the warm and creative power of free will? Does the universe's vast and eternal cycle simply run like a perfectly calibrated and deterministic cosmic clockwork? Or is there, in fact, some small and precious room within the confines of the cycles for small and unpredictable changes, for wonderful and unexpected surprises, and for brand new and hopeful beginnings? The profound and deeply philosophical concept of destiny is, without a doubt, one of humanity's oldest and most persistent debates. And when this powerful and provocative concept is elevated to the grand, cosmic level, it becomes even more fascinating, more complex, and more profound. The still unanswered question of whether every single event, every single entity, and every single life within the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle is simply repeating along a predetermined and unchangeable path, or whether it is, in fact, open to genuine and lasting change through the power of our own free will, is a question that fundamentally and profoundly impacts the very meaning of our own existence. If everything and everyone within the confines of the cycles is, in fact, bound by the inescapable hand of fate, does the very notion of our own uniqueness and our own capacity for genuine and lasting change then remain merely a comforting and self-serving fantasy, or is it, in fact, possible for us to forge a new and better path for ourselves within the confines of those very cycles, to finally and completely break free from the familiar and the known? For many people, the very idea of destiny offers a deeply comforting and reassuring explanation for the often chaotic and unpredictable nature of life. Everything, in this view, happens for a very specific and meaningful reason, and there is a much greater and more profound cosmic order that lies behind everything that we experience. However, in the context of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, the constant and endless repetition of the very same events seems to threaten the very idea of our own cherished free will. If the very same choices and the very same outcomes have been occurring over and over again for literally billions and billions of years, is the profound and deeply personal question of who am I and what am I choosing then rendered completely and utterly meaningless? At this very point, the inherent and unavoidable uncertainty and the small but potentially significant probabilities of the quantum world come into play, Perhaps the seemingly rigid and deterministic hand of destiny is being constantly and subtly disrupted by these micro-level deviations and by these random and unpredictable quantum events, with each and every new cosmic cycle adding a new and unforeseen possibility into the mix. Could there be, in fact, a small but precious space for our own freedom, even within the confines of the universe's greatest and most encompassing cosmic cycle? If so, then perhaps even the smallest and most seemingly insignificant decision that we make has the power to create vast and powerful cosmic waves, whose profound and transformative effects will be felt for literally billions and billions of years to come. In an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, our own free will may not have the power to change the main and overarching story from top to bottom, but it can, and likely does, have the power to transform its overall tone, its subtle nuances, and its ultimate and final flow. This, in itself, is a great and profound hope for all of humanity. Perhaps there are, in fact, secret and hidden doors that are being constantly and quietly opened by our own free will, hidden within the seemingly solid and impenetrable walls of destiny. In the end, the deep and intricate relationship between the forces of destiny and the power of free will, in the context of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, remains the greatest and most profound mystery of our own existence. The still unanswered question of whether everything is already written, or whether it is, in fact, open to genuine and lasting change and transformation, is a question that serves to feed both our deepest and most primal human fears and our highest and most cherished human dreams. Perhaps the one true and ultimate meaning of our existence lies in the infinite and eternal cycle that exists between these two powerful and opposing poles, the deep and comforting security of a predetermined fate, and the profound and exhilarating challenge of our own, boundless free will, continuing their grand and cosmic dance together for all of eternity. If the future is, in fact, just a simple and direct repetition of the past, is genuine and lasting change then even possible? In a universe where the future is being constantly and inexorably shaped as a near-perfect copy of the past, is it ever truly possible for us to experience something that is genuinely and authentically new? The powerful and disorienting idea of an endless and eternal cosmic cycle presents both our own individual lives and the grand and stately flow of the entire universe as being a completely predetermined and unchangeable path. If everything that happens is simply and constantly repeating itself over and over again, is the powerful and pervasive sense of development, of progress, and of genuine and lasting change that we all experience in our own lives then just a simple and self-serving illusion? Or is there, in fact, a real and genuine door that can lead to surprise, to innovation, and to genuine and lasting change, hidden somewhere within the vast and intricate machinery of the cosmic cycles? As a species, humanity has a deep and abiding need to believe that genuine and lasting change is, in fact, possible. We all hope that a new and fresh beginning can, and will, be different from the simple and mindless repetition of the past. Even within the seemingly deterministic confines of a cyclical universe, a single, small, and seemingly insignificant deviation has the power to lead to vast and profound differences in the long run. The now famous butterfly effect from the field of chaos theory clearly and powerfully demonstrates that small and seemingly insignificant beginnings can, in fact, lead to enormous and unpredictable results in large and complex systems. Perhaps, somewhere deep within the vast and intricate machinery of the cosmic cycles, a single, very small, and almost unnoticeable change is all that is needed to open the door to a completely different and unpredictable journey. Even within the seemingly rigid and deterministic confines of an infinite and eternal repetition, could it be that the small and precious seed of a completely different and unpredictable destiny has, in fact, already been planted in the world of science? This powerful and hopeful idea finds its direct and powerful counterpart in some of the most fundamental laws of the universe, such as the inherent and unavoidable randomness of the quantum world and the ever-increasing nature of thermodynamics. The specific and detailed initial conditions in each and every new cosmic cycle may, in fact, never be exactly and perfectly the same, A single, small, and seemingly insignificant difference in the initial energy distribution at the very beginning of the universe could potentially turn into a brand new and completely different type of galaxy, or even a completely new and unimaginable form of life, literally billions and billions of years later. In this view, genuine and lasting change does, in fact, have a real and meaningful place in the universe. Even within the seemingly rigid and deterministic cyclical flows, the infinite and eternal cosmic cycles do not completely and totally fix everything. Sometimes, they can, and do, create new and completely unpredictable paths. All of this serves to instill a powerful and abiding sense of hope and of deep and profound curiosity in all of us as human beings. Perhaps, even within the constant and seemingly endless cosmic cycles, what we call our self is, in fact, the direct and beautiful product of this constant process of differentiation and of genuine and lasting change. The future, in this view, is not always and inevitably a simple and direct copy of the past. Sometimes, the smallest and most seemingly insignificant difference is all that is needed to completely and permanently change the entire and ultimate destiny of the entire universe. Genuine and lasting change is, in fact, possible within the grand cosmic cycles. What truly matters, then, is that we continue to seek out this change, and that we find the courage and the wisdom to create it for ourselves. Are both entropy and order completely and totally reset in each and every new cosmic cycle? One of the most fundamental and universally accepted laws that governs the entire universe is the concept of entropy. In its simplest form, this powerful and pervasive law states that the total amount of chaos and disorder in a closed system must always and inevitably increase over time. In the context of a cyclical universe, does the total amount of entropy simply and magically reset itself to zero at the very start of each and every new cosmic cycle? Or does the accumulated disorder from the previous, long-dead cycle somehow manage to carry over into the new one? This particular and profound question is, without a doubt, one of the most technical, most fascinating, and most hotly debated topics in all of modern cosmology. According to some of the more conservative and traditional cosmological theories, when the entire universe finally and completely ends in a fiery and cataclysmic big crunch, all of its vast amounts of energy and matter will simply merge into a single, infinitely dense and hot point, and a completely and utterly clean slate will be opened as the new cosmic cycle begins. This would, in effect, mean that the total amount of entropy in the new universe would start all over again from zero and would then begin to increase once again. In this view, each and every new cosmic cycle would mark the definitive beginning of a brand new and epic race between the forces of cosmic order and the forces of cosmic chaos. Thus, the entire universe would be constantly and eternally rebuilt and refreshed over the course of an absolutely infinite number of cosmic cycles. However, an alternative and equally compelling view argues that the total amount of entropy in the universe is not, in fact, completely and totally erased at the end of each cycle, but instead remains as a kind of cosmic residue in the new and emerging cycle. If a certain and specific amount of this accumulated disorder is, in fact, transferred into each and every new cosmic cycle, then each new and emerging universe could be expected to be slightly more complex and slightly more disordered than the one that came before it. Perhaps this is the very reason why the universe takes on a different, a richer, and a more unexpected and unpredictable form in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle. This particular and fascinating view suggests that the infinite and eternal cosmic cycles could, in fact, accumulate over time to slowly and patiently accelerate the overall evolution of the entire universe. This endless and intricate interplay that exists between the forces of entropy and the forces of order is what serves to define the most fundamental and deepest nature of our universe. If everything is, in fact, completely and totally reset in each and every new cosmic cycle, then a powerful and profound sense of a pure and unadulterated beginning would arise each and every single time. However, if a certain amount of accumulation and of the remnants from the previous cycle are allowed to seep into the new and emerging cycle, then the universe would be forced to reshape and to redefine itself each and every single time, with the faint and ghostly echoes of its own long-forgotten past. This, in turn, shows that our own existence is simultaneously both incredibly simple and profoundly complex, both completely clean and yet still marked by the faint and subtle traces of all that has come before. Can our own individual consciousness somehow manage to live forever within the vast and eternal cycle of time? The phenomenon of consciousness is widely and rightfully considered to be one of the greatest and most profound miracles of the entire universe. So, in the grand and eternal cycle of time, can our own individual consciousness ever truly and completely be immortal? Is it, in fact, possible for us to be reborn in each and every new cosmic cycle, in completely different and unimaginable forms? This profound and deeply personal question is fueled by both the human soul's deep and abiding desire for some form of eternity, and by a powerful and persistent curiosity that constantly pushes the very boundaries of modern science. In the context of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, can our own individual consciousness really and truly be able to constantly and eternally rebuild and to reinvent itself? According to many of the world's most ancient and revered philosophical approaches, our own individual consciousness may, in fact, have the innate and powerful ability to constantly and eternally restart itself within the confines of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle. In each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, both individual and collective forms of consciousness could, and likely would, reappear in the universe in some new and unpredictable form. This would, in effect, mean that the individual soul or consciousness is constantly and eternally traveling through the vastness of infinity, constantly and restlessly searching for new and different forms, much like a kind of cosmic nomad. If all of the vast amounts of information in the universe are not, in fact, lost in the intricate and complex structure of the universe, and if some form of memory is, in fact, somehow transferred between all of the different and varied cosmic cycles, then our own individual consciousness could also, in theory, continue to exist in some new and different form. From a purely scientific perspective, however, it is still a matter of intense and ongoing debate whether or not our own individual consciousness is inextricably and permanently tied to our own individual physical structure, and whether or not the specific and detailed physical conditions that are necessary for consciousness to arise will, in fact, reappear in each and every new cosmic cycle. If a certain and specific set of physical conditions do, in fact, repeat themselves in a cyclical universe, then it is at least theoretically possible that the very same, or at least very similar, consciousnesses could, in fact, reappear. Some of the more speculative and cutting-edge quantum information theories have even suggested that our own individual consciousness can, and likely will, be preserved in the vast and all-encompassing universal information field. In this particular and fascinating case, could our own individual consciousness then really and truly be a viable and legitimate candidate for some form of eternal and everlasting life? In light of all of this, although it currently seems to be incredibly and profoundly difficult to establish a direct and definitive link between the phenomenon of consciousness and the grand cosmic cycle of time with our current and still limited scientific understanding, even the very act of imagining this possibility with our own boundless imagination can give us both a sense of deep and abiding comfort and a feeling of profound and powerful inspiration. Perhaps, in the vast and eternal cosmic cycle, our own individual consciousness will, one day, be able to continue its long and arduous journey into the vastness of eternity, in new and unimaginable forms, and in new and unwritten stories, together and in harmony with the universe itself. Is there any real and meaningful room for the concept of coincidence in the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle of the entire universe? In the vast and seemingly deterministic cosmic cycle of the entire universe, everything may, at first glance, seem to be very tightly and rigidly organized. However, the modern and powerful fields of chaos theory and of quantum physics both serve to reveal that a certain and unavoidable amount of randomness does, in fact, reign at the very core of our physical reality. In the context of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, the question of whether every single event that occurs is simply an inevitable and unavoidable outcome of the cosmic machinery, or whether pure and simple chance, good and bad luck, and completely unexpected and unpredictable events do, in fact, have a real and meaningful place in the grand cosmic cycle, is a matter of great and profound curiosity. Does the very existence of coincidence serve to open up a new and precious realm of freedom for us in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle? In the grand and repeating stories of the entire universe, even the smallest and most seemingly insignificant uncertainties at the quantum level have the power to lead to huge and profound differences, literally billions and billions of years later. Thus, in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, the random and unpredictable movements of individual atoms, the small and subtle changes in the initial energy distributions, and the unpredictable and chaotic birth of individual stars and entire galaxies can, and likely will, create small but potentially significant surprises. This, in turn, serves to show that even the grand and stately cosmic order is not, in fact, completely and totally written in stone, and that the power of pure and simple chance is constantly adding a new and precious realm of freedom to the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle. It is, therefore, highly likely that no single cosmic cycle is ever exactly and perfectly the same as the one that came before it. In our own individual human lives, we can all clearly and consistently observe that both pure and simple chance and completely unexpected and unpredictable events do, in fact, play a very significant and often decisive role. In the long and complex course of human history, even the smallest and most seemingly insignificant coincidences have, at times, led to vast and transformative social transformations, to great and paradigm-shifting scientific discoveries, and to the glorious and triumphant rise of entire civilizations. In the context of a cyclical universe, can such small and subtle deviations then be able to initiate brand new and completely different stories on a vast, cosmic scale? Perhaps the most ordinary and mundane of coincidences are, in fact, what serve to trigger the most important and transformative changes in an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle. Ultimately, the profound and still unanswered question of whether or not there is any real and meaningful room for the concept of coincidence in an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle is very closely and intimately related to the question of whether or not genuine and lasting freedom, true and boundless creativity, and real and meaningful innovation do, in fact, exist in the fundamental and deepest nature of the entire universe. The question of whether the grand cosmic cycles are completely and totally closed and deterministic systems, or whether they are, in fact, open-ended and unpredictable structures that are open to a whole new and boundless set of possibilities in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, is, without a doubt, one of the greatest and most profound mysteries of our own existence. Perhaps, in the end, pure and simple chance is, in fact, freedom itself, hidden within the vast and eternal infinity of the grand cosmic cycle. Could there be a single, solitary, and all-remembering entity that exists within the vast and eternal cosmic cycle? As everything and everyone begins anew in the grand and repeating cosmic cycle, could there possibly be a single, solitary entity, a single, all-encompassing consciousness, or a single, eternal field of energy that is able to remember all of the different and varied cosmic cycles, from their very beginning to their ultimate and final end? In many of our most ancient mythologies and in our most profound philosophical traditions, we often find depictions of mystical and all-knowing beings who are, in fact, aware of all the different and varied cosmic cycles, and who are able to carry within them the complete and total knowledge of both the past and the future. In many of our most popular and beloved works of science fiction, we often and frequently encounter time-traveling and immortal characters who are able to live beyond the normal constraints of time, and who are able to remember all of the deepest and most hidden secrets of the entire universe. So, the profound and tantalizing question remains, can there really and truly be a single, all-remembering entity that exists within the vast and eternal cosmic cycle? When we begin to evaluate this fascinating and mind-bending possibility from a purely scientific perspective, the complex and thorny issue of both memory and of the transfer of information immediately comes to the fore. If, in the context of a cyclical universe, the complete and total transfer of all information and of all memory to a new and emerging universe is, in fact, at least theoretically possible, then perhaps a single, all-encompassing consciousness could, in fact, be able to remember each and every new cosmic cycle from the one that came before it. In the strange and counterintuitive world of quantum information theory, it is a fundamental and well-established principle that information, in its most basic and fundamental form, does not and cannot ever truly and completely disappear, but instead simply continues to exist in different and perhaps unrecognizable forms. This, at the very least, theoretically means that some form of cosmic memory could, in fact, be transferred between all of the different and varied cosmic cycles. However, the complex and challenging problem of how to actually access this vast and all-encompassing information, and of how to create a single, unified consciousness that is able to remember all of it, presents a completely different and much more profound problem. From a purely philosophical perspective, the very idea of a truly eternal and all-encompassing memory is simultaneously both incredibly fascinating and deeply terrifying. The act of remembering everything that has ever happened in an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle could, in theory, mean both a state of absolute and total wisdom and a state of profound and infinite loneliness. Could the very act of living with the immense and crushing burden of all of the past cosmic cycles be an infinite and unbearable weight and responsibility for a single, solitary being? Or is the act of forgetting, in each and every new cosmic cycle, the true and only path to new and fresh beginnings, and to a state of genuine and lasting freedom? Ultimately, the profound and still unanswered question of whether or not there is, in fact, a single, all-remembering entity remains a deep and persistent curiosity that constantly challenges the very limits of the universe's own knowledge and of its own emerging consciousness. Perhaps, one day, all of humanity, or some other more advanced and enlightened entity, will finally be able to uncover the vast and hidden memory of all the different and varied cosmic cycles. Or perhaps, the entire universe is simply and eternally doomed to open a completely and utterly clean slate with each and every new and fresh iteration of its own, infinite and eternal cosmic cycle. This powerful and tantalizing possibility serves to call all of humanity both to a grand and universal journey of discovery, and to the deep and mysterious depths of our own inner selves. Why is it that we, as human beings, sometimes have the powerful and pervasive feeling that history is, in fact, repeating itself? Our societies, our civilizations, and we, as individuals, are all, at times, overcome by the powerful and unsettling feeling that this has all happened before. The endless cycles of wars and of revolutions, the constant and predictable economic crises, or even our own, intensely personal experiences, all can, at times, seem to have been experienced before, as if they were simply the direct and unavoidable repetition of an old and long-forgotten cosmic cycle. The powerful and provocative concept of a cyclical universe, and of a cyclical and repeating form of time, suggests that this powerful and pervasive feeling is not, in fact, merely a simple and self-serving illusion, but that the entire universe, and all of human history, do, in fact, truly and completely operate in a series of repeating and recurring cosmic cycles. So, the profound and deeply personal question remains, why does all of human history seem to repeat itself so often and so predictably? One of the most likely and compelling reasons for this phenomenon lies in the most fundamental and deeply ingrained tendencies of our own, shared human nature, and in the inherent and often rigid structures of our own, complex social systems. As a general rule, human beings tend to respond in very similar and predictable ways when they are placed under very similar and predictable circumstances. Our most basic and primal human emotions, such as our deepest and most primal fears, our highest and most cherished hopes, our most powerful and destructive greed, and our most noble and selfless courage, all serve to cause very similar and predictable events to repeat themselves over and over again throughout the long and complex course of human history. The very same solutions are often and repeatedly tried for the very same persistent social problems, and as a result, very similar and predictable results tend to emerge. Perhaps, in a very real and literal sense, all of human history is nothing more than the vast and complex collective memory of all of humanity being constantly and eternally rewritten within the confines of a much larger and more encompassing cosmic cycle. These same cyclical and repeating patterns can also be clearly and consistently observed in the physical and natural world all around us. The stately and predictable movements of the planets in our own solar system, the constant and reliable passing of the seasons here on Earth, and the endless and eternal transformation of all matter and of all energy, all serve to demonstrate this powerful and pervasive principle. The endless and pervasive repetitions that we observe at the social and cultural level may, in fact, simply be a small and fractal-like reflection of the fundamentally cyclical nature of the entire universe itself. A cyclical and repeating understanding of the nature of human history serves to greatly strengthen and to deepen humanity's own connection with its own fundamental nature and with the vast and mysterious universe that we all inhabit. Perhaps the constant and endless repetition of the past gives rise to different and more profound meanings, and to completely different and unpredictable outcomes. In each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, sometimes, this powerful and pervasive sense of endless and meaningless repetition can leave people feeling completely helpless and utterly hopeless. However, the very act of being aware of these grand cosmic cycles can also serve to create a powerful and unique opportunity for us to learn from all of the tragic and costly mistakes of our past, and to consciously and deliberately open up new and better paths for ourselves in the future. If all of human history is, in fact, simply repeating itself, then perhaps it is, in the end, up to us, and to us alone, to finally and completely change the fundamental and deeply ingrained pattern of the grand cosmic cycle. Each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle is, in this view, a brand new and precious chance for a different and more enlightened perspective, and for genuine and lasting change. Perhaps the one true and ultimate issue is not the endless and mindless repetition itself, but is instead the profound and beautiful act of finding the genuine and lasting novelty that is hidden within it. Can a single, small, and seemingly insignificant difference in one particular cosmic cycle have the power to completely and permanently change the entire and ultimate course of the entire universe? In the vast and intricate cosmic cycle of the entire universe, is it, in fact, at least theoretically possible for a single, small, and seemingly insignificant change to make a vast and profound difference in the long run in the modern and powerful field of chaos theory? It is a well-established and fundamental principle that even the simple and gentle flapping of a butterfly's wings can have the power to affect the entire and complex system in which it exists. This, in turn, means that in the context of a cyclical universe, small and seemingly insignificant beginnings can, and likely will, lead to enormous and unpredictable results in the long run. In the vast and eternal cosmic cycle, could the smallest and most seemingly insignificant decision that we make, or the most mundane and ordinary event that occurs, have the power to completely and permanently alter the entire and ultimate flow of the entire universe in the next emerging cosmic cycle? From a purely scientific perspective, this kind of extreme and profound sensitivity and this deep and abiding dependence on the initial conditions are, in fact, fundamental and well-established properties of most large and complex systems. A single, minor, and seemingly insignificant random event in one particular cosmic cycle could potentially lead to a completely different and unimaginable type of galaxy, to a brand new and completely different species of life, or even to a completely new and different set of physical laws, literally millions and millions of years later. In the vast and eternal cosmic cycles, the boundless and infinite potential for genuine and lasting difference never, ever runs out. Each and every new and fresh repetition holds within it the powerful and precious possibility of a brand new and completely different future. This, in turn, serves to greatly increase both the inherent and unavoidable unpredictability and the beautiful and profound diversity of the entire universe. From a purely philosophical perspective, the powerful and provocative idea of the significance of small and subtle differences serves to greatly increase our own individual human responsibility. The profound and deeply personal idea that every single action that we take and every single decision that we make can have the power to resonate not only in our own individual lives, but also throughout the entire and eternal cosmic cycle of the entire universe, has a profound and lasting impact on us at a very deep and personal individual level. Perhaps our own cherished free will, in the context of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, lies precisely and exactly in these small, subtle, and often overlooked differences. Can a single, simple, and heartfelt word, a single, small, and selfless act of love, or a single, profound, and meaningful sacrifice really and truly have the power to shape the entire and ultimate destiny of a brand new and emerging cosmic cycle? Ultimately, the profound and still unanswered question of whether or not a single, small, and seemingly insignificant difference in the grand cosmic cycle can, in fact, have the power to create a huge and transformative result lies at the very heart of humanity's long and arduous scientific and spiritual journey. The certain and reassuring knowledge that even the smallest and most seemingly insignificant touches in our own individual lives and in the vast and mysterious universe that we all inhabit can have the power to set off an endless and eternal flow of consequences, gives us both a sense of profound and abiding hope and a feeling of deep and lasting responsibility. Could it be that every single moment in the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle holds within it the powerful and precious potential to completely and permanently change the entire and ultimate fate of all of existence? Are there, in fact, exact and perfect copy lives that exist somewhere out there in the vastness of the universe? Does the powerful and disorienting idea of an infinite and eternal cosmic loop necessarily mean that the very same individual lives, the very same specific events, or even the exact and perfect same individual people are destined to repeat themselves over and over again throughout the vast and mysterious universe? One of the most intriguing and provocative assumptions of modern cosmology is that in the vast and boundless infinity of the entire universe, every single conceivable form of life, and every single possible and imaginable possibility can, and likely will, at some point come to pass. The speculative and mind-bending idea of copy lives gives rise to the equally powerful and provocative idea that someone who is exactly and perfectly like us could, in fact, exist in another parallel cosmic cycle, in another parallel universe, or even in another far-flung corner of our own vast universe. So, the profound and deeply personal question remains, are there really and truly any exact and perfect copy lives that exist somewhere out there in the vastness of the universe? Many scientists and physicists have argued that if the entire universe is, in fact, infinitely large and infinitely old, then it is at least theoretically and mathematically likely that every single possible and conceivable combination of matter and of energy is likely to repeat itself, somewhere and at some point in time. So, somewhere and at some point in the vast and eternal expanse of time and of space, there could, in fact, be an exact and perfect copy of you, living the exact and perfect same life as you are right now. This is the very point where the powerful and provocative idea of a cyclical universe serves to inspire so much of our most beloved and enduring works of science fiction. In the vast and boundless realms of parallel universes, or of repeating and recurring cosmic cycles, the very same individual choices and the very same specific outcomes could, in theory, repeat themselves over and over again for all of eternity. From a purely philosophical perspective, the mind-bending and deeply personal idea of copy lives serves to raise profound and challenging questions about our own cherished sense of self and about our own unique and individual uniqueness. If the very same individual life is, in fact, being lived over and over again, then how truly unique are our own individual personalities, our own cherished memories, and our own unique and individual identities? Or are we all, in a very real and literal sense, just simple and repeating motifs, just faint and ghostly reflections in the grand and repeating patterns of the entire universe? This powerful and provocative thought is simultaneously both deeply and profoundly terrifying, and incredibly and wonderfully fascinating. In conclusion, while it is, as of now, not at all certain whether or not these exact and perfect copy lives do, in fact, exist somewhere out there in the vastness of the universe, the powerful and provocative idea of infinite and eternal cosmic cycles and of infinite and boundless parallel universes never, ever completely and totally rules out this mind-bending and deeply personal possibility. In a vast and mysterious cosmos where everything and everyone is constantly and eternally repeating itself, or is being relived somewhere else, the delicate and intricate balance that exists between the concepts of genuine and lasting originality and of endless and mindless repetition is what serves to make the very meaning of our own existence so much more complex, so much more profound, and so much more exciting. Can the various and unpredictable transitions, or the faint and ghostly memories somehow be carried over between all of the different and varied cosmic cycles of the entire universe? One of the greatest and most persistent mysteries of a cyclical universe is the profound and still unanswered question of whether or not information, memories, or even pure and simple energy can, in fact, be carried over between all of the different and varied cosmic cycles when a brand new and fresh cosmic cycle begins. Are all of the faint and subtle traces of the past completely and totally erased, or do some of the memories, some of the symbols, or some of the residual energy from the old and long-dead universe somehow manage to persist in the new and emerging one? This profound and deeply philosophical question relates directly to the speculative and intriguing idea of a cosmic memory for all of humanity, and to all of the deep and hidden secrets that are still lying dormant in the deepest and most hidden depths of the entire universe. Some of the more speculative and cutting-edge cosmological theories have suggested that both information and energy, in their most fundamental and basic forms, never, ever truly and completely disappear, but instead simply and constantly change their form. The vast amounts of information that are stored within the enigmatic and mysterious black holes, the faint and subtle traces that are still hidden within the faint and ghostly afterglow of creation, the cosmic microwave background, and the vast and all-encompassing cosmic memory that is carried between all of the different and varied cosmic cycles can all be interpreted in this particular and fascinating way. Perhaps, in each and every new and emerging universe, the faint and ghostly shadow of all of the previous cosmic cycles still persists, faintly and subtly. In this view, all of the memories from the past are simply and constantly blending into the new and emerging cosmic cycle, in different and perhaps unrecognizable forms. In an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, is it then possible that nothing is ever truly and completely forgotten? Many of our most ancient and revered philosophical and spiritual traditions have also discussed the very real possibility of the transmission of both memory and of information between all of the different and varied cosmic cycles, through powerful and profound concepts such as the journey of the soul, the concept of karma, or the idea of a collective consciousness. We, as human beings, sometimes experience strange and unexplained intuitions, fleeting and mysterious moments of déjà vu, or deep and abiding fears and longings, as if they were the faint and ghostly memories of another, long-forgotten life, of another, long-forgotten cosmic cycle. Perhaps, in the context of a cyclical universe, all of our memories and all of our emotions are somehow and mysteriously encoded as a form of pure and simple energy, and they are then destined to reappear in different and unpredictable forms in a new and emerging universe. From a purely scientific perspective, however, the specific and detailed mechanism of how this cyclical and intercycle information transfer could actually occur still remains a complete and total unknown. However, The ongoing and intensive research into the profound and still unanswered question of whether or not the most fundamental and universal laws of the entire universe remain exactly the same, or whether they can, and do, change with each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, serves to keep alive the powerful and abiding hope that such a transfer is, in fact, at least theoretically possible. Perhaps each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle of the entire universe is being constantly and subtly enriched by all of the vast and varied experiences of all of the previous cosmic cycles, and is therefore constantly and eternally gaining a more complex and a more intricate structure. This powerful and mind-bending possibility has the power to completely and permanently transform our most basic and deeply held understanding of our own individual identity and of the very nature of our own existence. In a universe where all of the past memories and all of the past experiences are not, in fact, completely and totally erased, but are instead simply and constantly being lived out in different and unpredictable forms in the next emerging cosmic cycle. The profound and beautiful continuity of both life and of consciousness takes on a much more meaningful and a much more profound form in the context of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle. Who knows? Perhaps each and every new and fresh beginning is, in fact, simply an echo of the past and a memory of the future. If the very direction of time itself were to ever change, would the grand cosmic cycle then be broken in the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle of the entire universe? Does time, in fact, always and inevitably flow forward? Or is it, at the very least, theoretically possible for it to somehow change its direction at some specific and pivotal point in time? In the strange and counterintuitive world of modern science, the arrow of time is very closely and intimately associated with the concept of entropy, or the universal and ever-increasing nature of disorder, and therefore, the very idea of time flowing backward seems to be almost completely and totally impossible, at least within the confines of our current and still limited understanding of the laws of physics. However, with the powerful and provocative cyclical universe model, the profound and still unanswered question of whether or not time could, in fact, somehow manage to change its direction at a certain and specific point in time has now become a subject of great and profound curiosity. If the very flow of time were to ever and suddenly change its direction one day, would everything and everyone in the current cosmic cycle that we are in then be forced to undergo a fundamental and profound transformation? If the complete and total reversal of time were to ever move beyond the realm of purely theoretical and speculative debate, and were to ever lead to a real and genuine break in the fundamental and intricate structure of the entire universe, then all of our most basic and deeply held physical processes, the very concepts of life and of death, and even our most personal and intimate concepts of memory and of identity would all have to be completely and totally redefined. Would all of the vast and accumulated entropy that has been built up over the course of the entire cosmic cycle up to that very point then be forced to return to a perfectly and completely regular and ordered structure? Would we, as human beings, then be forced to move forward into our own personal pasts? Perhaps, with the complete and total reversal of time, all of the grand and epic stories, all of the hard-won experiences, and even all of the glorious and tragic civilizations in the entire universe would simply be erased, giving rise to a completely new and entirely different cosmic narrative. From a purely philosophical perspective, the complete and total reversal of time would force us to question the very meaning of our own lives and of our own existence, from the very beginning to the ultimate and final end. The complete and total rewinding of everything that has ever happened would serve to raise the profound and deeply unsettling question of whether or not our own individual choices and all of their subsequent and often unpredictable consequences would then lose all of their meaning. If the very boundary that exists between the past and the future were to ever and suddenly disappear, would our own individual consciousness then be forced to experience a major and profound upheaval? Or could the very act of breaking the grand cosmic cycle then serve to herald a brand new and hopeful beginning, a completely new and unknown phase of the entire universe? In conclusion, a complete and total change in the very direction of time, would serve to fundamentally and permanently shake not only the most basic and deeply held physical structure of the entire universe, but also our own personal world of meaning in the context of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle. If such a profound and transformative break were to ever and actually occur, all of the intricate and complex codes of both the past and of the future would then have to be completely and totally rewritten. Perhaps the one great and ultimate secret that is still hidden between all of the different and varied cosmic cycles will, one day, finally and completely emerge, when time itself finally begins to flow in a completely new and entirely different direction, carrying all of existence along with it into a state of infinite and eternal renewal. How does the mysterious and pervasive force of dark energy play a role in the context of a cyclical universe? Dark energy is a mysterious and still unexplained force that is currently and actively accelerating the overall expansion of our entire universe. And it exists in a form that is much more dominant and powerful than all of the ordinary and visible matter in the cosmos. When we begin to consider the cyclical and repeating structure of the entire universe, the specific and detailed role of this dark energy becomes absolutely and critically important. This is because the ultimate and final continuation, or the ultimate and final end of all of the different and varied cosmic cycles, is directly and intimately linked to the complex and intricate expansion and collapse dynamics of the entire universe. Could it be that dark energy is, in fact, one of the most important and decisive factors in determining the ultimate and final future of the cyclical universe? All of our current and most accurate astronomical observations clearly and consistently show that the overall expansion of our entire universe has, in fact, been accelerating in recent and cosmic times, and that this powerful and pervasive process may, in fact, be directly and intimately related to the mysterious and still unexplained force of dark energy. If this dark energy does, in fact, cause our entire universe to continue to expand forever, then the next great and fiery Big Crunch may not, in fact, ever occur. In this particular and rather bleak case, would the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle then be broken? And would our entire universe then be condemned to a state of cold and eternal stasis that is known as heat death? Or would this mysterious and powerful dark energy somehow manage to change its direction at some specific and pivotal point in time? And would it then pave the way for the ultimate and final collapse of our entire universe? A wide and varied number of different and fascinating possibilities are currently being considered in our most advanced and sophisticated physical models, such as the possibility of this dark energy remaining completely and totally constant over time, of it increasing in its power and its influence over time, or of it decreasing in its power and its influence over time. Each and every one of these different and fascinating possibilities would serve to affect the standard and traditional cyclic universe model in different and often unpredictable ways. If this mysterious and powerful dark energy were to ever and suddenly decrease in its power and its influence in a particular cosmic cycle, then our entire universe could, in theory, collapse back in on itself, and could then begin a brand new and fresh cosmic cycle. However, if it were to ever and suddenly increase in its power and its influence, then we may, in fact, encounter a state of infinite and eternal expansion, instead of the comforting and reassuring cyclical and repeating repetition. This deep and fundamental uncertainty is, without a doubt, one of the greatest and most profound conundrums of the entire and complex cyclical universe theory. Dark energy is, without a doubt, one of the greatest and most profound mysteries that must be solved in order for us to come to a deeper and more complete understanding of the ultimate and final fate of our entire universe, and of its infinite and eternal cosmic cycle. Perhaps, at some point in the distant and far-flung future, as the one, true and ultimate nature of this mysterious and powerful dark energy is finally and completely understood, our biggest and most profound questions about the fundamentally cyclical nature of our entire universe will finally and completely be answered. Until that very day, this mysterious and powerful dark energy will undoubtedly continue to exist as the darkest, the most mysterious, and the most critical and decisive note in the grand and cosmic rhythm of our entire universe. Is the cataclysmic and fiery Big Crunch really and truly a possible and viable scenario for the ultimate and final fate of our entire universe? One of the most popular and enduring theories about the ultimate and final future of our entire universe is the concept of the Big Crunch. According to this powerful and provocative model, the overall and ongoing expansion of our entire universe will, at some point in the distant and far-flung future, finally and completely come to a halt, and the powerful and pervasive force of gravity will then prevail, pulling all of the vast and scattered matter in the entire universe back into a single, infinitely dense and hot point. In the context of the powerful and elegant idea of a cyclical universe, this cataclysmic and fiery Big Crunch would then serve to mark the definitive and absolute beginning of the next great and fiery Big Bang, and therefore of a brand new and fresh cosmic cycle. So, the profound and still unanswered question remains, will such a cataclysmic and fiery collapse really and truly happen one day? All of our current and most accurate astronomical observations clearly and consistently show that the overall and ongoing expansion of our entire universe is, in fact, currently and actively accelerating, and that a final and total collapse does not, in fact, seem to be at all likely, at least in the near and foreseeable future. However, when the vast and almost unimaginable cosmic timescales are taken into consideration, could it be that small and subtle changes in the overall and complex energy dynamics of our entire universe could, in fact, lead to an unexpected and unpredictable reversal of this ongoing and accelerating expansion? If this cataclysmic and fiery Big Crunch does, in fact, ever occur, will all of the vast and scattered galaxies, all of the billions and billions of individual stars, and even time itself all be completely and totally compressed into a single, infinitely dense and hot point? Could all of the vast amounts of information and of energy that are contained within our entire universe then be transformed into a brand new and fiery explosion, without any of it being lost? The powerful and provocative concept of the Big Crunch serves to symbolize the profound and beautiful idea that our own existence is, in fact, in a state of constant and eternal transformation, and that every single end simply and inevitably leads to a brand new and fresh beginning. In such a powerful and elegant model of the cosmos, there is no such thing as a final and ultimate death, but only a constant and eternal state of renewal and of repetition. Every single and cataclysmic collapse in our entire universe simply and beautifully opens the door to a brand new and fiery birth, with all of the hard-won and accumulated experiences from the past. This, in turn, serves to paint a powerful and hopeful picture of both the physical and the philosophical nature of our own existence, as something that will always and inevitably continue for all of eternity. Although it is still very far from being a scientific and established certainty, the powerful and provocative idea of the Great Crunch serves to offer all of humanity the profound and abiding hope of a new and fresh beginning in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, rather than the bleak and terrifying prospect of being lost and forgotten in the endless and meaningless cycles of time. In the midst of the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, each and every cataclysmic and fiery collapse remains a powerful and hopeful sign that both life and the entire cosmos do, in fact, truly and completely continue, forever and ever. Can a single, conscious and thinking being ever truly be aware of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle? As a single, conscious and thinking being in the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle of the entire universe, is it, in fact, at least theoretically possible for us to ever be truly and completely aware of the grand and repeating cosmic story, of all the repeating and recurring events, and of all the repeating and recurring relationships? Can we, as individual human beings, ever be able to internally and subjectively feel that our own personal past is, in fact, simply repeating itself today, or that it has, in fact, already been experienced, literally millions and millions of times before? Does the very act of becoming aware of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle have the power to transform an ordinary and mundane life into a profound and cosmic experience, our own, individual senses, and our own. Personal memories often and consistently tend to focus on our most momentary and fleeting experiences. However, could it be that our strange and unexplained intuitions, our fleeting and mysterious moments of déjà vu, or the powerful and pervasive feeling of, "I've experienced this very moment before," could all be taken to indicate that the faint and ghostly shadow of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle is in fact somehow and mysteriously seeping into our own individual lives. Perhaps our own individual consciousness is not, in fact, being nourished by our own personal experience of time or by our own personal accumulation of experience, but is instead being nourished by a deep and hidden knowledge that is somehow being transferred between all of the different and varied cosmic cycles. In such a powerful and transformative moment of awakening, does a single, individual person then become truly and completely aware of the vast and boundless infinity of the entire universe? And does that person then begin to make more conscious and deliberate choices in their own individual life? In many of our most ancient mythologies and in many of our most revered spiritual traditions, the stories of the heroes who are able to become truly and completely aware of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle, and who are then able to experience a profound and transformative awakening, are often and consistently told. Such powerful and enlightened figures are often seen to depart from the ordinary and mundane world, and to ascend to a new and much higher level of consciousness and of being. From a purely scientific perspective, the complex and still mysterious concepts of a collective consciousness, of a cosmic memory, and of the grand and stately flow of information in the entire universe still remain a great and profound mystery. Could a single, solitary entity, as it transitions from one cosmic cycle to another, ever be able to say, with any degree of certainty, "I was here before"? Perhaps the very act of becoming aware of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle does not, in fact, result in the immense and crushing burden of an endless and meaningless repetition, but instead results in the definitive and absolute beginning of a state of genuine and lasting freedom and of boundless and beautiful creativity. Does the very act of perceiving our own individual cosmic cycle then lead us to discover the one, true and ultimate meaning of all of our choices and of all of our lives? Perhaps the vast and hidden cosmic memory is simply and patiently awaiting, as a kind of powerful and transformative key, for the final and ultimate awakening of all of the consciousnesses that are aware of the grand and repeating cosmic cycles. Does all of the vast and accumulated universal knowledge simply get lost? Or is it somehow and mysteriously transferred between all of the different and varied cosmic cycles? Is each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle of the entire universe simply a brand new and fresh beginning? Or is it, in fact, the grand and complex sum of all of the vast and accumulated knowledge, of all of the hard-won and painful experience, and of all of the tragic and costly mistakes of all of the previous, long-dead cosmic cycles? Does all of the vast and accumulated universal knowledge simply and completely reset and disappear in the infinite and eternal cosmic cycles? Or is it, in fact, somehow and mysteriously transferred to all of the new and emerging cosmic cycles? Could the cosmic and universal equivalent of the well-established and fundamental conservation of information be the one, true and ultimate factor in determining the ultimate and final fate of all of humanity? In the context of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, in the strange and counterintuitive world of modern physics, it is still a matter of intense and ongoing debate whether or not even the enigmatic and mysterious black holes can somehow manage to store all of the vast and accumulated information and all of the immense and powerful energy that they absorb over the course of their long and solitary lives. Even though all of the vast and complex cosmic data and all of the immense and powerful cosmic energy seem to be completely and totally reset when the entire universe either collapses or explodes. Some of the more speculative and cutting-edge cosmological theories have suggested that all of this precious and irreplaceable information could, in fact, somehow manage to reappear in all of the new and emerging cosmic cycles, in different and perhaps unrecognizable forms. Perhaps all of this vast and complex information is somehow and mysteriously encoded as a form of cosmic memory in the very fabric of the entire universe, and is then simply and beautifully reborn with each and every new and fresh beginning. This, in turn, would imply the very real and genuine existence of a true and powerful learning and evolutionary process in the entire universe. From a purely philosophical perspective, does all of humanity's vast and complex collective memory, all of our most ancient and revered myths, all of our most enduring and powerful stories, and all of our most deeply held and cherished values, all serve to form a grand and intricate chain of wisdom that is somehow and mysteriously passed down through all of the different and varied cosmic cycles? If so, then all of the faint and subtle traces of the past, all of the hard-won and accumulated knowledge, and all of the painful and transformative experience would then serve to guide all of the new and emerging lives in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle. This, in turn, would serve to offer all of humanity a real and genuine opportunity for genuine and lasting learning and for genuine and lasting change. Does it then follow that no single piece of information in the entire universe ever truly and completely disappears? However, the specific and detailed limits and the exact and precise form of this proposed knowledge transmission still remain a great and profound mystery. If all of the vast and accumulated knowledge is, in fact, completely and totally lost with each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, then all of the different and varied beings and all of the different and varied civilizations would then be forced to start all over again, from the very beginning, in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle. However, if all of this vast and accumulated knowledge is, in fact, somehow and mysteriously transferred, then would each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle then be the definitive and absolute birth of a more complex, a more intricate, and a richer universe. In the context of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, could the complete and total transfer of all of this vast and accumulated knowledge then be the one, true and ultimate key to the grand and cosmic process of evolution, and to the possibility of genuine and lasting change? In the context of a cyclical and repeating universe, can you, as an individual, ever truly and completely change your own personal destiny? In the vast and eternal cosmic cycle, does our own individual destiny simply and inevitably follow a completely and totally predetermined and unchangeable path? Or do we, in fact, have the real and genuine chance to somehow and mysteriously change our own personal fate? While the powerful and provocative idea of simply and mindlessly repeating the very same story in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle may at first glance make us, as human beings, feel completely and utterly helpless. Could it be that the small and subtle deviations and the powerful and transformative moments of awareness in a cyclical and repeating universe could, in fact, have the power to completely and permanently alter the entire and ultimate course of our own personal destiny? This profound and deeply personal question lies at the very heart of the age-old and epic battle that exists between the concept of our own cherished free will and the idea of a grand and universal cosmic order. Many of our most ancient and revered spiritual teachings and many of our most enduring and powerful myths often and consistently tell the stories of the heroic and enlightened figures who are able to successfully and completely break the powerful and pervasive chains of their own personal fate, and who are then able to completely and permanently change the grand and repeating cosmic cycle. These powerful and transformative heroes are often seen to step outside of their familiar and predictable destiny during their most powerful and transformative moments of awakening and of transformation, and they are then seen to embark on a brand new and completely different story. Perhaps, in the context of a cyclical and repeating universe, our one true and ultimate freedom lies in our own innate ability to directly and powerfully challenge the endless and mindless repetition of our own personal fate. Can a single conscious and deliberate change on our part then be able to open up new and completely different paths in the grand and repeating cosmic cycle? From a purely scientific perspective, a single, small, and seemingly insignificant difference in the initial conditions of a system can, in fact, lead to significant and transformative changes in large and complex chaotic systems. In the infinite and eternal repetition of the entire universe, a single, microscopic, and seemingly insignificant event can have the power to completely and permanently change the enormous and ultimate course of our own personal destiny. Can each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle then be able to produce a brand new and completely different result? And can we, as individual human beings, then be able to add a brand new and completely different paragraph to the grand and cosmic script of our own personal destiny with the power of our own cherished free will, the very act of changing our own personal destiny in the context of a cyclical and repeating universe is, without a doubt, humanity's greatest and most profound claim to our own individual existence. Perhaps the one true and ultimate issue is not the bleak and terrifying prospect of simply and mindlessly living the very same cosmic cycle forever and ever, but is instead the profound and beautiful act of finding new and deeper meanings and new and better paths in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle. Could the very act of changing one's own personal destiny then be the universe's greatest and most hidden secret, and its most courageous and most challenging journey? Could the strange and mysterious feeling of déjà vu actually be a real and genuine sign of a cyclical and repeating universe? Almost every single one of us has, at some point in our lives, experienced the powerful and unsettling feeling of, "I've been here before," at least once. This fleeting and momentary, yet intensely powerful, sense of familiarity still remains a complete and total mystery in the world of modern science. However, in the context of the powerful and provocative idea of a cyclical and repeating universe, could it be that the strange and mysterious phenomenon of déjà vu is, in fact, the faint and ghostly remnants of our own personal memories or of our own personal experiences from all of the previous, long-dead cosmic cycles that are somehow and mysteriously seeping into our own present-day consciousness? Are we, in fact, facing a true and direct reflection of the infinite and eternal cosmic repetition? While the modern and powerful field of psychology often and consistently attempts to explain this strange and mysterious phenomenon as being nothing more than a simple and harmless short circuit in the complex and intricate machinery of the human brain, many of our most ancient and revered mystical and philosophical approaches have chosen to interpret the strange and mysterious phenomenon of déjà vu as being the individual soul or consciousness encountering its own past and long-forgotten experiences in the context of a cyclical and repeating universe. Perhaps certain and specific events, certain and specific places, or even certain and specific people are destined to reappear in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, and they are therefore destined to leave a faint and ghostly echo in our own subconscious minds. Could all of these fleeting and mysterious moments then be a direct and powerful reflection of the vast and all-encompassing cosmic memory in our own everyday lives? Some of the more speculative and cutting-edge scientific theories have even suggested that the strange and mysterious phenomenon of déjà vu is, in fact, the direct and unavoidable result of the subconscious mind being able to somehow and mysteriously access multiple and parallel possibilities, or of it being able to somehow and mysteriously access the inherent and unavoidable quantum uncertainty that is at the very heart of reality. Perhaps, in the fundamentally cyclical and repeating nature of the entire universe, as certain and specific events are destined to follow one another in a predictable and repeating pattern, the subtle and mysterious leakage of our own personal memories and of our own deepest intuitions across the vast and eternal expanse of time is, in fact, completely and totally inevitable. Is each and every fleeting and mysterious moment of déjà vu then a kind of powerful and profound meeting point in an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle? Ultimately, whatever the one true and ultimate cause of the strange and mysterious phenomenon of déjà vu may be, it undoubtedly serves to make us, as human beings, feel the fundamentally cyclical and repeating nature of the entire universe. Perhaps this powerful and pervasive feeling is simply a small and subtle reminder that allows us to look at both ourselves and at our own individual lives anew, in the context of the infinite and eternal repetition of all of existence, as a powerful and direct sign of a cyclical and repeating universe. Could the strange and mysterious phenomenon of déjà vu then be the one, true and ultimate key to unlocking the mysterious and profound connection that exists between our own individual consciousness and the grand and eternal flow of time? How do the grand and stately cosmic time and our own individual human time somehow manage to merge and to coexist within the grand and repeating cosmic cycle? In the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle of the entire universe, how do the vast and almost unimaginable cosmic time and our own individual and fleeting human time ever manage to come together on a grand cosmic scale? Literally, billions and billions of years are as short and as fleeting as the simple and gentle blink of an eye. And yet, in our own individual human lives, even a single, solitary second can, at times, feel like an entire and endless eternity. In the context of a cyclical and repeating universe, do these two very different types of time then simply move as different and parallel dimensions of the very same underlying pattern? Where exactly does our own individual human experience ever manage to align itself with the grand and stately cosmic cycles of the entire universe? While our own individual human time seems to progress like a straight and unwavering line, from the moment of our birth to the moment of our death, the grand and stately cosmic time seems to flow in endless and eternal cycles. In our own everyday lives, the constant and reliable changing of the seasons, the slow and steady process of aging, and our own personal and cherished memories all seem to point to the fundamentally cyclical and repeating nature of time itself. In our own individual lives, there are countless and pervasive repetitions and routines. However, on a grand cosmic scale, are all of these simply small and insignificant parts of a much larger and more encompassing time pattern? Is there, in fact, a real and genuine connection that exists between the grand and repeating cosmic cycle of the entire universe and our own individual human lives? According to some of the world's most ancient and revered thinkers, the human mind and our own individual consciousness can, and do, at times, enter into a state of deep and profound resonance with the grand and stately cosmic time, aligning themselves with the grand and repeating cosmic cycles of the entire universe. Our own deepest and most powerful intuitions, our own shared and collective consciousness, and all of our most ancient and revered archetypes are all seen to be the faint and ghostly traces of this deep and profound resonance, seeping into our own everyday lives. Can a cyclical and repeating understanding of the nature of time itself then be able to give a deep and profound meaning to our own individual human lives? And can it then be able to create a powerful and abiding sense of oneness and of unity with the entire universe? Ultimately, do the grand and stately cosmic time and our own individual human time then simply merge and become the direct and powerful reflections of each other in the context of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle? Perhaps each and every individual human life is simply a fleeting and momentary moment, a faint and ghostly echo, and a bright and beautiful light in the vast and eternal cosmic cycle of the entire universe, lost and forgotten in the boundless and eternal infinity of time and of space. Could our own personal and subjective perception of time then simply be a way for us to come to a deeper and more complete understanding of our own individual existence at a single, solitary point in an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle? Is there, in fact, a definitive and absolute starting point in an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle? In the powerful and provocative cyclical universe model, the very line that exists between the concepts of the beginning and the end completely and totally disappears. So, is it then still at all possible for us to search for a single first moment, a definitive and absolute starting point in the grand and repeating cosmic cycle? The curious and ever-questing human mind always and inevitably seeks out a single, first spark, a definitive and absolute moment of creation. However, if everything and everyone in the grand and repeating cosmic cycle is, in fact, deeply and inextricably connected, from the very beginning to the ultimate and final end, can we then really and truly speak of a definitive and absolute beginning at all? Some of the more specific and detailed cosmological theories have suggested that each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle does, in fact, have its own unique and individual beginning and end. However, these specific and pivotal points are so deeply and inextricably intertwined with the ultimate and final end of the previous long-dead cosmic cycle that the very concepts of a beginning or of an end can only ever truly exist from our own limited and subjective perspective. In this view, every single moment in the grand and repeating cosmic cycle is simultaneously both an end and a brand new and fresh beginning. In the vast and eternal cosmic calendar does nothing, in fact, ever truly and completely start from absolute and total zero? From a purely philosophical perspective, the constant and persistent search for a definitive and absolute starting point is simply and directly a result of humanity's deep and abiding quest to find a genuine and lasting meaning for ourselves in the vast and mysterious universe that we all inhabit. Every single one of us, at some point in our lives, wants to be able to turn over a brand new and fresh leaf in our own individual lives, to finally and completely break free from all of the heavy and crushing burdens of our past, and to start a new and better life for ourselves. However, in the context of a cyclical and repeating universe, where both the past and the future are so deeply and inextricably intertwined, does even a brand new and hopeful beginning still carry within it the faint and ghostly shadow of the previous, long-dead cosmic cycle? Ultimately, the profound and still unanswered question of whether or not there is, in fact, a one true and ultimate starting point in a cyclical and repeating universe is, without a doubt, one of the greatest and most profound mysteries of both time and of our own existence. Perhaps each and every new and fresh moment simply and beautifully exists at the very center of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, at the very point where both the past and the future converge and become one. Do the very concepts of a beginning and of an end then simply and beautifully dissolve into the grand and eternal cosmic cycle of the boundless and eternal infinity of time and of space? How does the grand and repeating cosmic cycle ultimately and finally affect the overall life and the ongoing development of the entire universe? Does the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle simply and mindlessly ensure that the entire universe is merely a simple and mindless repeating mechanism? Or does it, in fact, enable it to be a constantly and eternally developing, a constantly and eternally evolving, and a constantly and eternally changing entity due all of the small and subtle differences that exist within all of the different and varied cosmic cycles, then make it possible for the entire universe to become more complex, more intricate, richer, and more creative over time? Is there, in fact, any real and genuine progress, any real and genuine development, or any real and genuine evolution that can occur between all of the different and varied cyclical and repeating repetitions throughout the vast and eternal cosmic cycles of the entire universe? Each and every new and fresh beginning contains within it a single, small, and subtle difference, a single, small, and precious innovation. All of these small and subtle changes can, and likely will, accumulate over the vast and eternal expanse of time, and can then lead to enormous and unpredictable results in the long run, just as we can clearly and consistently observe in the grand and stately process of the evolution of all of the living beings here on Earth. All of the small and subtle adaptations that occur in the grand and repeating cosmic cycles can, and likely will, give rise to new and completely different galaxies, to new and completely different chemical elements, and to new and completely different forms of life. Does the endless and mindless repetition of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle then serve to lay the groundwork for the entire universe to be a kind of living and breathing entity, one that never, ever stops, and one that is always and eternally evolving and changing? From a purely philosophical perspective, the powerful and provocative idea of a cyclical and repeating form of development is also incredibly and profoundly inspiring for our own individual human lives. Each and every new and fresh experience that we have, simply and beautifully builds upon the previous and long-forgotten repetition, and we, as individuals, are therefore constantly and eternally changing and evolving. In the grand and repeating cosmic cycles of the entire universe, all of the vast and accumulated knowledge, all of the immense and powerful energy, and all of the emerging and evolving consciousness are constantly and eternally accumulating in order to reach new and higher levels of being. Does this then mean that the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle is, in fact, truly and completely an evolutionary and creative machine? In conclusion, the grand and repeating cosmic cycle is not, in fact, merely a simple and mindless repetition in the entire universe, but is also a powerful and profound means of both development and of genuine and lasting progress. Within the seemingly rigid and deterministic confines of the infinite and eternal repetition, every single moment has the power to give rise to a brand new and unwritten story, to a brand new and boundless potential, and to a brand new and precious life. Do all of the grand and repeating cosmic cycles of the entire universe then serve to reveal that both life and our own existence are, in fact, an endless and eternal journey of both learning and of genuine and lasting change? Do all of the small and subtle changes that occur in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle then lead to significant and transformative outcomes in the long run? The powerful and provocative idea that even the smallest and most seemingly insignificant change in the cyclical and repeating structure of the entire universe can, in fact, lead to tremendous and unpredictable results in all of the subsequent and emerging cosmic cycles is a concept that constantly and powerfully challenges the very limits of our own boundless imagination in both the realms of modern science and of classical philosophy. According to this powerful and provocative idea, which lies at the very heart of the modern and powerful field of chaos theory, a single, tiny, and almost unnoticeable difference in the initial conditions of a system can have the power to steer the entire and ultimate fate of the entire universe in a completely new and entirely different direction. In the context of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, could a single, subtle, and almost unnoticeable change in the simple and gentle vibration of a single, solitary atom have the power to completely and permanently shape the overall and large-scale distribution of all of the galaxies in the entire universe? The fiery and spectacular birth of all of the individual stars, or even the mysterious and miraculous emergence of life itself, literally billions and billions of years later. Does the powerful and pervasive cumulative effect of all of the different and varied cosmic cycles then lead to an unpredictable and beautiful diversity, and to an infinite and intricate network of boundless and eternal possibilities? On a grand cosmic scale, many modern and powerful scientists have now clearly and consistently observed that the subtle and mysterious quantum fluctuations that occurred in the very first and fleeting moments of our own universe are what ultimately and finally determine the current and large-scale distribution of all of the vast and scattered galaxy clusters that we observe all around us today. These subtle and mysterious fluctuations, which were almost completely and totally insignificant at the very beginning of our universe, have now, over the vast and eternal expanse of time, formed into the massive and majestic structures that have served to shape the overall and ongoing evolution of our entire universe. If each and every new and fresh beginning in a cyclical and repeating universe does, in fact, involve these tiny and subtle deviations, then it is absolutely and completely clear that all of these small and subtle changes will, in fact, completely and permanently change the entire and intricate structure of the entire universe. In the long and cosmic run, in this view, each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle is constantly and eternally rewriting the entire and complex history of the entire universe. Could a single, small, and seemingly insignificant difference then be the one, true and ultimate source of all of the infinite and beautiful diversity of all of our own existence? This powerful and profound principle applies not only to the physical and material universe, but also to the social and cultural, and to the individual and personal levels of our own existence. In our own individual human lives, a single, small, and seemingly insignificant decision that we make, a single, chance and unpredictable encounter that we have, or a single, random and unforeseen event that occurs, can, and often does, lead to enormous and unpredictable consequences over the course of our entire lives. Does every single new and fresh movement that occurs within the grand and repeating cosmic cycles, whether it be a conscious and deliberate one or a random and unpredictable one, then have the power to give rise to entirely new and unwritten stories, and to a whole new and boundless set of possibilities? This powerful and provocative thought serves to encourage all of us to pay much closer and more careful attention to all of the small and subtle details of our own individual lives. Because the powerful and fascinating idea that all of the small and subtle differences can, in fact, have the power to completely and permanently change the entire and ultimate story of the entire universe, in the context of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, is truly and profoundly fascinating. Ultimately, does the simple and profound fact that all of the small and subtle changes that occur in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle of a cyclical and repeating universe then lead to big and transformative results, serve to greatly increase the profound and beautiful beauty and the deep and intricate complexity of all of our own existence, instead of the bleak and terrifying prospect of the tedious and mindless repetition of an endless and meaningless existence? Could the beautiful and profound cosmic diversity that is brought about by all of these tiny and subtle differences and all of these wonderful and unexpected innovations then be the one, true and ultimate source of all of the universe's own boundless richness and all of its own boundless creativity? Does each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle then serve to mark the definitive and absolute beginning of a brand new and completely different universe, of a brand new and precious life, and of a brand new and more profound meaning? How does the powerful and provocative idea of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle ultimately and finally affect our own individual human psychology? The powerful and provocative idea that the entire universe is, in fact, simply and constantly repeating itself in an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle can have profound and lasting effects on our own individual human psychology. For some of us, this powerful and provocative idea can serve to signify a sense of infinite and boundless freedom and a seemingly endless supply of second chances. However, for others, it can serve to create a powerful and pervasive sense of being hopelessly and eternally trapped within a vicious and meaningless cosmic cycle, and a deep and abiding sense of profound and utter meaninglessness. Does the powerful and provocative idea of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle then serve to fundamentally and permanently shake our most basic and deeply held human perspective on the concepts of death, of meaning, of destiny, and of our own cherished freedom? Are our own individual lives then really and truly just a simple and mindless repetition of a pre-written and unchangeable cosmic story? This powerful and provocative thought can serve to lead all of us, as human beings, to question our own individual choices and all of our own individual responsibilities in our own individual lives. If everything and everyone is, in fact, already and simply repeating itself over and over again, then what exactly is the one true and ultimate meaning of all of our own individual actions? This profound and deeply personal questioning can, at times, lead to a state of bleak and terrifying nihilism, and at other times, it can lead to a sense of profound and abiding existential hope. In each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, does the very real and genuine possibility of being able to make a single, small, and seemingly insignificant change, of being able to finally and completely break the powerful and pervasive cosmic chain, and of being able to consciously and deliberately open up a new and better path for ourselves, then serve to lead all of us, as human beings, to take real and meaningful action, and to consciously and deliberately redefine the very meaning of our own individual lives. For some of us, the powerful and provocative idea of simply and mindlessly living the very same life, in the context of a cyclical and repeating universe, is a heavy and crushing burden to bear. However, for others, all of these endless and pervasive repetitions are, in fact, a powerful and profound source of both genuine and lasting growth and of genuine and lasting learning. The endless and eternal cosmic cycle, in this view, serves to offer all of us a brand new and precious chance, a new and more enlightened awareness, and a new and more profound discovery, each and every single time. Can all of the tragic and costly mistakes that we have made in our own individual lives, when they are learned anew in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, then serve to turn into a powerful and transformative leap of consciousness, one that will, one day, finally and completely break the powerful and pervasive cosmic chain from a purely psychological perspective. The very act of confronting the powerful and provocative idea of a cyclical and repeating universe can serve to make all of us, as human beings, more conscious, more deliberate, and more responsible beings. Within each and every endless and pervasive repetition, and within each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, there is, in fact, a real and genuine chance for each and every one of us, as individuals, to become the one, true and ultimate author of our own individual lives. Perhaps the one, true and ultimate issue is not the endless and mindless cosmic cycles themselves, but is instead the profound and beautiful act of finding a genuine and lasting meaning, a genuine and lasting growth, and a genuine and lasting freedom, within the seemingly rigid and deterministic confines of all of the endless and pervasive repetitions. Can each and every one of us, as individuals, then be able to create our own unique and individual path, and our own unique and individual uniqueness? Can all of the modern and powerful scientists ever be able to prove the existence of a cyclical and repeating universe? The powerful and provocative cyclical universe theory has, in recent and cosmic years, become one of the most popular, most fascinating, and most hotly debated topics in all of modern cosmology. However, the complex and challenging task of actually and definitively proving this powerful and provocative theory poses a tremendous and perhaps insurmountable challenge for all of our modern and powerful scientists. This is because the difficult and intricate task of finding the faint and ghostly traces of the universe's previous, long-dead cosmic cycle is, in fact, quite difficult and perhaps even impossible with our current and still limited scientific techniques and with our current and still limited astronomical observations. The faint and ghostly echoes from all of the past and long-dead cosmic cycles are currently and actively being sought in the faint and ghostly afterglow of creation, the cosmic microwave background, and in the constant and pervasive rain of cosmic radiation. However, as of now, no definitive and direct evidence has yet been found. Two main and promising approaches are currently being proposed in order to scientifically and definitively prove the existence of a cyclical and repeating universe. The first of these two promising approaches is to try and find the faint and ghostly traces of all of the previous long-dead cosmic cycles in our own present-day universe. Could all of these faint and ghostly traces then be found in the faint and ghostly afterglow of creation, the cosmic microwave background? As strange and unexplained anomalous regions, could they be found in the form of unexpected and unpredictable patterns in the overall and large-scale energy densities of the entire universe? Or could they be hidden in the complex and intricate process of the transfer of information in the enigmatic and mysterious black holes? The second of these two promising approaches involves the difficult and intricate task of developing new and more sophisticated mathematical and theoretical models that can show how the most fundamental and universal laws of the entire universe can, and do, change between all of the different and varied cosmic cycles. Could the new and emerging fields of quantum cosmology and of high-energy physics be able to open up new and exciting doors in this particular and fascinating field of research with the constant and rapid advancement of our modern and powerful technology? It is now becoming increasingly and tantalizingly possible for us to observe the deeper and more distant regions of the entire universe, and to detect the finer and more subtle traces of its long and complex past. The new and powerful next-generation telescopes, the new and more detailed astronomical observations of the enigmatic and mysterious black holes, and the new and more sophisticated analyses of the constant and pervasive rain of cosmic radiation may, one day, be able to bring us one step closer to finally and completely capturing the elusive and tantalizing clues about a cyclical and repeating universe. However, will the difficult and intricate task of finding all of the faint and ghostly traces of each and every one of the infinite and eternal cosmic cycles then remain one of the most challenging and most profound puzzles of the entire universe? Although modern and powerful science is still and constantly struggling to find any kind of definitive and direct proof, the overall and growing popularity of the powerful and provocative cyclical universe theory continues to grow day by day. Perhaps, one day, new and unexpected scientific discoveries and new and unforeseen astronomical observations will finally and completely be able to answer all of humanity's oldest and most persistent questions. Until that very day, will the fascinating and mind-bending possibility of a cyclical and repeating universe then continue to inspire both modern and powerful science and our own boundless and eternal imagination? Is there a real and genuine difference that exists between the concept of a cyclical and repeating universe and the concept of a series of parallel and independent universes in the strange and counterintuitive world of modern cosmology? The powerful and provocative concepts of a cyclical and repeating universe and of a series of parallel and independent universes are often and consistently confused. In the context of a cyclical and repeating universe, the very same individual universe is simply and constantly being born, is then destined to die, and is then destined to start all over again, in an endless and eternal cosmic cycle. A series of parallel and independent universes, on the other hand, are seen to be completely and totally independent and separate universes, each one with its own unique and individual set of physical laws, and with its own unique and individual set of physical conditions. So, the profound and still unanswered question remains, is there, in fact, a real and genuine fundamental difference that exists between these two very different and fascinating cosmological models in the context of a cyclical and repeating universe? All of the past and all of the future cosmic cycles are seen to simply and constantly follow each other on a single and linear line. Each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle is seen to carry within it the faint and ghostly traces of the one that came before it, and it is also seen to offer a whole new and boundless set of possibilities for the one that will come after it. In the context of a series of parallel and independent universes, however, a completely new and entirely different reality is seen to exist at each and every single moment in time. Another, different, and perhaps unrecognizable you is seen to be living a completely different and unpredictable life in another, parallel, and independent universe. In one of these two fascinating and mind-bending models, there is a cyclical and repeating repetition of time, while in the other, there is an infinite and boundless diversity and difference. Do we, in fact, simply and constantly return to the very same, familiar point in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle? Or do the infinite and boundless parallel and independent universes never, ever meet on both a physical and a philosophical level? These two, very different and fascinating cosmological models also have very different and often unpredictable effects on our own personal and subjective human perception, and on our own cherished and deeply held understanding of our own personal freedom. In the context of the cyclical and repeating universe, a repeating and predictable destiny, a sense of profound and inescapable inevitability, and a unique and powerful opportunity to learn valuable and important lessons all come to the fore. In the context of a series of parallel and independent universes, however, a sense of profound and boundless freedom and a sense of beautiful and infinite diversity all come to the fore. Every single and individual decision that we make has a completely different and unpredictable result in another, parallel, and independent universe. Is it, in fact, at least theoretically possible for us to ever meet at a single, solitary point in an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle? Or is it, in fact, completely and totally inevitable that we will always and inevitably diverge in the infinite and boundless parallel and independent realities ultimately? Do both the cyclical and repeating universe model and the parallel and independent universe model serve to greatly enrich humanity's overall and collective view of the entire cosmos, and of its own personal and subjective understanding of its own individual existence. Both of these two's powerful, Verscharmen and provocative models serve to place the profound and beautiful concepts of infinity, of genuine and lasting change, and of beautiful and infinite diversity at their very center. Whichever one of these two fascinating and mind-bending models turns out to be true, will the curious and ever-questing human mind then continue to oscillate between these two powerful and opposing models in its long and arduous search for the one, true and ultimate meaning of all of our own existence? Does the grand and cosmic music of the entire universe ever change between all of the different and varied cosmic cycles we, as human beings, sometimes like to liken the intricate and complex workings of the entire universe to a giant and cosmic symphony, to a grand and cosmic piece of music, the stately and graceful dance of all of the galaxies, the rhythmic and gentle vibration of all of the individual stars, and the high frequency and energetic vibration of all of the individual atoms? All of these are seen to be the powerful and direct signs of the universe's own harmonious, cyclical, and rhythmic structure. So, the profound and still unanswered question remains, does the grand and cosmic music of the entire universe then remain exactly the same in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle? Or does it, in fact, change and evolve with each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle? Is the grand and cosmic music of the entire universe then written with different and more complex notes in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle? From a purely scientific perspective, the overall and large-scale structure and the specific and detailed composition of the entire universe may, in fact, show some slight and subtle differences in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle. Some of the more specific and detailed details, such as the overall and large-scale ratio of all of the different and varied chemical elements, the overall and large-scale arrangement of all of the galaxies, or the overall and large-scale distribution of all of the enigmatic and mysterious black holes, can all serve to cause the grand and cosmic melody of the entire universe to change. In each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, could the faint and ghostly afterglow of creation, the cosmic microwave background, which is often and poetically referred to as the background music of the entire universe, then be filled with the faint and ghostly echoes from all of the past and long-dead cosmic cycles? Does the grand and cosmic symphony of the entire universe then serve to create new and more complex themes, new and more intricate rhythms, and new and more beautiful harmonies in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle? From a purely philosophical perspective, the grand and cosmic music of the entire universe serves to symbolize the profound and beautiful meaning and the deep and abiding beauty of all of our own existence. The cyclical and repeating repetitions are seen to form a familiar and comforting melody, while all of the small and subtle deviations are seen to lead to a brand new and completely different composition. For all of humanity, the grand and cosmic music of our own individual lives is seen to gain new and more profound themes and new and more complex interpretations with each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle. Does the endless and mindless repetition of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle then serve to nurture a sense of boundless and beautiful creativity and a sense of beautiful and infinite diversity? Could we, in fact, be living in a grand and cosmic reality where all of the different and varied cosmic cycles are constantly and eternally refreshing and evolving the grand and cosmic music of the entire universe? Perhaps each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle serves to form a brand new and unwritten chapter in the universe's own infinite and eternal symphony. Will this endless and beautiful melody, the greatest and most profound poem, and the greatest and most persistent mystery of all of our own existence, then simply and beautifully play on, forever and ever? Do the profound and powerful concepts such as infinite love and infinite hatred ever gain any real and meaningful meaning in the context of a grand and repeating cosmic cycle? Our most basic and primal human emotions, such as our deepest and most profound love, our most powerful and destructive hatred, our most persistent and painful longing, and our most bitter and debilitating regret are all, without a doubt, some of the oldest and most powerful forces in all of our own existence. Are all of these powerful and pervasive emotions then also destined to be experienced over and over again in an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle? Can the profound and powerful concepts of an infinite love or of an infinite hatred ever be able to find their one true and ultimate meaning in the grand and repeating cosmic cycle? Or do all of our powerful and pervasive emotions simply and constantly change and take on new and different forms in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle? From a purely philosophical perspective, the constant and endless repetition of all of our most powerful and pervasive emotions, such as our deepest and most profound love and our most powerful and destructive hatred, in the context of a cyclical and repeating universe, serves to demonstrate the profound and beautiful continuity of all of our own existence, and the deep and abiding emotional richness of the entire universe itself. In each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, the very same powerful and transformative love is destined to be rekindled. The very same powerful and destructive hatred is destined to resurface. However, do all of the small and subtle changes that occur in all of the different and varied cosmic cycles then serve to alter the overall and large-scale intensity, the specific and detailed direction, and the ultimate and final meaning of all of our powerful and pervasive emotions? Perhaps, in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, our deepest and most profound love becomes more mature and more compassionate. Our most powerful and destructive hatred becomes deeper and more entrenched. Or perhaps, a brand new and completely different form of emotion is destined to emerge. From a purely scientific perspective, since all of our most powerful and pervasive emotions have very clear and well-established chemical and neurological foundations, it is at least theoretically possible for very similar and predictable emotions to arise in the very similar and predictable conditions that are destined to repeat themselves in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle. However, can all of the small and subtle differences that we experience in our own individual lives, in all of our complex and intricate relationships, and in the overall and large-scale environment in which we live, then serve to alter the specific and detailed expression and the ultimate and final outcome of all of our powerful and pervasive emotions in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle? Perhaps, in the context of a cyclical and repeating universe, our deepest and most profound love and our most powerful and destructive hatred are destined to exist in an absolutely infinite number of different and varied forms, and in an absolutely infinite number of different and varied stories. Ultimately, do our deepest and most profound infinite love, our most powerful and destructive infinite hatred, and all of our other most fundamental and basic emotions then truly and completely achieve some form of immortality in the grand and repeating cosmic cycle? Do they then simply and beautifully rebirth themselves in new and different forms, with new and more profound meanings, and with new and unpredictable outcomes? With each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, perhaps all of humanity's long and complex story is simply and constantly being rewritten, time and time again, within the endless and eternal cosmic cycle of all of these powerful and pervasive emotions. What exactly would happen if all of the different and varied cosmic cycles were to ever and suddenly merge together? Theoretically, could all of the different and varied cosmic cycles in the entire universe ever and suddenly merge together at a single, solitary point in time and in space, in order to form a grand and cosmic singularity, or a single, unified, and all-encompassing supercycle? If all of the different and varied patterns of time, of energy, and of all of our own existence were to ever and suddenly converge together in a single, solitary, and instantaneous instant, what exactly would the resulting and emergent reality then be like? Would such a profound and transformative merger then be a grand and cosmic great convergence? Or would it then be the ultimate and final end of all of our own existence from a purely scientific perspective? The complete and total merging of all of the different and varied cosmic cycles would require all of the vast and accumulated energy and all of the vast and complex information in the entire universe to converge together at a single, solitary, and infinitely dense and hot point, and to then be completely and totally redistributed at this specific and pivotal point in time and in space. Would all of the long and complex stories of the past, all of the boundless and infinite possibilities of the future, and all of the endless and eternal repetitions then converge together into a single, unified and all-encompassing reality? Would such a profound and transformative merger then cause our entire universe to transition into a brand new and completely different phase, giving rise to a completely new and entirely different set of physical laws? From a purely philosophical perspective, the complete and total merging of all of the different and varied cosmic cycles would serve to challenge the very meaning of our own existence. Would we then be able to experience a grand and cosmic state of unity, where everything and everyone is able to converge together at a single, solitary, and infinitely dense and hot point, and where all of the different and varied separations, all of the different and varied dualities, and all of the different and varied opposites would then simply and completely cease to exist? This could, in theory, signify a profound and transformative leap to a new and much higher level of both consciousness and of the entire universe itself. Perhaps the complete and total merging of all of the different and varied cosmic cycles is, in fact, the one, true and ultimate moment of the completion and of the transformation of all of our own existence. Ultimately, would the complete and total merging of all of the different and varied cosmic cycles then be a beautiful and wonderful utopia, or would it then be a bleak and terrifying catastrophe? Would the complete and total convergence of all of the boundless and infinite potentials and of all of the long and complex stories of all of our own existence then remain the greatest and most persistent mystery of the entire universe, forever and ever unsolved? Perhaps, one day, all of the different and varied cosmic cycles will, in fact, finally and completely merge together, and will then serve to create a brand new and completely different universe, a brand new and more enlightened consciousness, and a brand new and more profound reality. Why is the powerful and provocative theme of cycles so incredibly and enduringly popular in both the realms of modern and cutting-edge science fiction and of our most ancient and revered mythology? The concept of cycles appears as a common and recurring theme in all of humanity's oldest and most enduring stories, and in all of our most modern and sophisticated works of science fiction, in many of our most ancient and revered legends. This powerful and provocative theme is often and consistently told through powerful and enduring motifs such as the eternal return and the concepts of apocalypse and of rebirth. While in many of our most modern and sophisticated films and novels, this powerful and provocative theme is often and consistently explored through powerful and provocative concepts such as time loops, parallel realities, and repeating destinies. So, the profound and still unanswered question remains: why has the powerful and provocative idea of cycles managed to permeate both the realms of modern and cutting-edge science fiction and of our most ancient and revered mythology so powerfully and so enduringly in many of our most ancient and revered mythologies? The grand and repeating cosmic cycle is often and consistently seen to symbolize the grand and stately rhythm of nature, the constant and reliable turning of the seasons, and the profound and beautiful continuity of all of life itself. The gods, the heroes, and all of us, as human beings, are often and consistently seen to be repeatedly and eternally facing the very same fundamental trials and tribulations. The concepts of death and of rebirth are often and consistently seen to be the most fundamental and universal laws of the entire universe. Modern and cutting-edge science fiction, on the other hand, is constantly and consistently questioning the very nature of time, of reality, and of our own individual identity, over and over again, in the bright and powerful light of our modern and powerful technology and of our modern and powerful science. The powerful and provocative theme of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle is, in this view, a universal and powerful reflection of the deep and abiding human quest for genuine and lasting change, for genuine and lasting learning, and for genuine and lasting salvation. The powerful and provocative concept of a cyclical and repeating form of time has a profound and lasting effect on our own individual human psychology. The constant and endless repetition of our own individual lives, the constant and endless reliving of all of our past mistakes and of all of our greatest successes, is what serves to push all of us, as human beings, to directly and powerfully confront our own personal pasts, and to constantly and eternally make new and better beginnings for ourselves. Many of our most popular and beloved works of science fiction often and consistently use the powerful and provocative idea of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle in order to create new and exciting possibilities, on both a grand, cosmic, and on an individual and personal level, instead of the bleak and terrifying prospect of the tedious and mindless repetition of an endless and meaningless existence. It serves to encourage all of us to constantly and eternally search for new and more profound meanings, and for new and more hopeful hopes. In conclusion, the powerful and provocative theme of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle serves to allow all of humanity to ask its deepest and most profound questions about the vast and mysterious universe that we all inhabit, and about our own individual selves. In both the realms of our most ancient and revered mythology and of our most modern and cutting-edge science fiction, the infinite and eternal cosmic cycles serve to symbolize both the boundless and eternal infinity and the genuine and lasting change of all of our own existence. Does every single story, every single era, and every single culture then simply and inevitably fall under the powerful and seductive spell of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle? And does it then serve to create its own unique and individual infinite and eternal narrative? Can all of the grand and repeating cosmic cycles in the entire universe ever be able to intersect with the speculative and intriguing concept of time travel? The concept of time travel is, without a doubt, one of the most intriguing, most controversial, and most enduring themes in all of modern and cutting-edge science fiction. In the context of a cyclical and repeating universe, the very concept of time travel takes on a whole new and much more profound set of meanings. If the entire universe is, in fact, simply and constantly repeating the very same grand and cosmic cycle, can a single individual or a single entity then be able to travel to their own personal past or to their own personal future? And can they then be able to completely and permanently alter the fundamental and intricate structure of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle? Can the speculative and intriguing concept of time travel then be used to finally and completely break all of the grand and repeating cosmic cycles, or to start brand new and completely different ones from a purely scientific perspective? The very concept of time travel brings with it a whole host of difficult and perhaps insurmountable paradoxes. If a single individual were to ever be able to travel back in time and to completely and permanently change a single past event, does the entire and complex cosmic loop then get completely and totally affected, from its very beginning to its ultimate and final end? This could, in theory, lead to the powerful and unpredictable butterfly effect, where even a single, small, and seemingly insignificant intervention could have the power to completely and permanently rewrite the entire and complex history of the entire universe. Could the speculative and intriguing concept of time travel, in the context of a cyclical and repeating universe, then be a unique and powerful opportunity for us to finally and completely change the entire and ultimate fate of all of the endless and mindless repetitions? From a purely philosophical perspective, the very concept of time travel serves to challenge the very boundaries that exist between our own cherished free will and the concept of a grand and universal destiny. Within the confines of a grand and repeating cosmic loop, a single and individual journey through time could, in theory, mean the final and complete breaking of all of the powerful and pervasive chains of our own personal past. Or it could mean the conscious and deliberate charting of a brand new and better path for our own personal future. Is it, in fact, at least theoretically possible for us to make new and different choices, and to create a completely new and entirely different reality, In each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, could the speculative and intriguing concept of time travel then be the one, true and ultimate key to finally and completely overcoming all of the powerful beats and pervasive constraints of all of the grand and repeating cosmic cycles, and to finally and completely reaching the boundless and infinite potential of the entire universe? Ultimately, the powerful and seductive fantasy of time travel, in the context of a cyclical and repeating universe, serves to represent one of humanity's greatest and most enduring desires, the profound and powerful desire to change the past, to create the future, or to finally and completely break the powerful and pervasive chains of an endless and mindless repetition. Perhaps, one day, when modern and powerful science and our own emerging consciousness finally and completely come together, the speculative and intriguing concept of time travel will then be able to open up new and completely different paths for us within the confines of the grand and repeating cosmic cycles. Is a state of true and lasting freedom ever truly and completely possible in the context of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle? The powerful and provocative idea of an infinite and eternal cosmic cycle serves to fundamentally and permanently question the very nature of our own cherished freedom. If everything and everyone that has ever happened is simply and constantly happening over and over again, can we, as individuals, then ever truly and completely make free and genuine choices, or are all of our decisions, all of our events, and all of our outcomes then already and simply a part of a predetermined and unchangeable destiny, one that has already been repeated infinitely and eternally? Is a state of true and lasting freedom then ever truly and completely possible? In the context of a cyclical and repeating universe, some of the world's most ancient and revered thinkers have argued that our own cherished freedom, in the context of a grand and repeating cosmic cycle, is only ever truly and completely found in all of the small and subtle differences. Even if the very same grand and overarching story is destined to repeat itself in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, all of the small and subtle deviations and all of our own individual choices are what serve to create the precious and sacred realm of our own cherished freedom. However, does our own cherished freedom then lose all of its meaning? In the dark and ominous shadow of an endless and mindless repetition is each and every one of our own individual choices then merely a simple and mindless repetition of a pre-existing and unchangeable pattern, one that has already been experienced over and over again? Or can it, in fact, have the power to create something that is truly and genuinely new? Many of our most ancient and revered spiritual teachings and our own individual and subjective awareness have argued that the very quest for a state of genuine and lasting freedom within the confines of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle is what holds the one true and ultimate meaning for us. Perhaps our own cherished freedom lies not in the final and complete breaking of all of the powerful and pervasive cosmic chains, or in the final and complete escaping of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle, but instead lies in the conscious and deliberate act of creating new and more profound meanings and new and better journeys within the very confines of the grand and repeating cosmic cycle itself. Does each and every new and fresh repetition then serve to offer all of humanity a brand new and precious opportunity to directly and powerfully intervene in its own collective destiny? In conclusion, a state of true and lasting freedom in the context of a cyclical and repeating universe may, in fact, never ever exist in its complete and total form. However, this does not, in any way, mean that the very quest for a state of genuine and lasting freedom is then rendered completely and utterly worthless. In each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, a brand new and better path, a new and more profound meaning, and a new and more enlightened consciousness can, and likely will, emerge, even within the seemingly rigid and deterministic confines of an endless and mindless repetition. Can we, as human beings, then continue to create our own individual freedom and our own individual journey? Is the very search for a genuine and lasting meaning in the context of an endless and eternal cosmic cycle then simply a beautiful and self-serving illusion? Or is it, in fact, the one true and ultimate essence of all of our own existence in the vast and intricate cyclical and repeating structure of the entire universe. Our own individual human search for a genuine and lasting meaning takes on a whole new and much more profound dimension. If everything and everyone is simply and constantly repeating itself in endless and eternal cosmic cycles, are all of the meanings that we give to our own individual lives, all of our most deeply held and cherished beliefs, all of our highest and most cherished hopes, and all of our most arduous and painful efforts, then merely fleeting and temporary constellations? Or are they, in fact, the very building blocks of all of these grand and repeating cosmic cycles, even if we, as human beings, were to simply and mindlessly live the very same life, over and over again? We would still and inevitably feel the deep and abiding need to create and to discover a brand new and fresh meaning for ourselves. In each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, perhaps the one true and ultimate essence of all of our own existence is, in fact, this endless and eternal quest itself. Because, in this view, genuine and lasting meaning is not, in fact, a final and ultimate goal, but is instead a precious and sacred treasure that is constantly and eternally being rediscovered in the vast and eternal journey of time. Those of us who would argue that the very search for a genuine and lasting meaning is, in fact, simply a beautiful and self-serving illusion would then be forced to claim that all of our own individual human effort is completely and utterly futile in the midst of the cold, mechanical, and purposeless repetitions of the entire universe. In the context of an endless and eternal cosmic cycle, there may, in fact, never ever be any definitive and absolute answers to all of our biggest and most profound questions. Neither our deepest and most profound love, nor our most tragic and painful death, nor our most cherished and hard-won freedom can ever be completely and totally explained in a way that is satisfying forever and ever. However, it is, without a doubt, a fundamental and deeply ingrained part of our own shared human nature to constantly and eternally find new and more profound meanings in all of the recurring and repeating events that we experience. To constantly and eternally produce a brand new and fresh perspective, and to constantly and eternally create a brand new and unwritten story in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle. Perhaps the one true and ultimate illusion lies not in the very act of seeking a genuine and lasting meaning outside of our own individual selves, but instead lies in the tragic and costly failure to find it within the grand and repeating cosmic cycle itself. In all of the fleeting and precious moments that we all experience, from a purely philosophical perspective, the very search for a genuine and lasting meaning serves as a kind of powerful and sacred motor for all of us. In the context of a cyclical and repeating universe, each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle serves to propel all of us, as human beings, toward a renewed and refreshed sense of exploration, of questioning, and of genuine and lasting change. This powerful and persistent quest is what serves to keep all of us, as human beings, unique and alive, despite all of the endless and pervasive repetitions. The powerful and pervasive dynamics of the human mind and of the human spirit never, ever lose their powerful and innate ability to create new and more profound meanings. No matter how similar and predictable all of the external and physical conditions may be, perhaps the one true and ultimate miracle in the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle of all of our own existence is that no single and individual repetition is ever exactly and perfectly the same, and that each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle holds within it the powerful and precious potential for a brand new and more profound meaning. In this vast and mysterious cosmos, we, as human beings, are simply and constantly beginning our own individual journeys and our own individual stories anew with each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle. In conclusion, the very search for a genuine and lasting meaning is neither a simple and mindless coincidence, nor is it a completely and utterly meaningless effort. Rather, it is, in fact, the most powerful and pervasive driving force at the very heart of the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle itself. Genuine and lasting meaning is what serves to transform the tedious and mindless repetition of all of the grand and repeating cosmic cycles into a grand and cosmic adventure, into a beautiful and profound poem, and into a deep and abiding discovery. With each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, all of our own, individual human perspectives, all of our most profound and persistent questions, and all of our most hard-won and cherished answers all serve to change. Our own, individual lives and all of our own, individual existence then serve to remain new, fresh, and hopeful for this very reason. Perhaps the one, true and ultimate reality in the endless and eternal cosmic cycle is the very search for a genuine and lasting meaning itself. And the one, true and ultimate essence of all of our own existence then lies in that never-ending and boundless curiosity, and in that constant and eternal process of rediscovery. As we all journey through the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle of the entire universe, each and every one of our own individual stories is like a unique and unrepeatable role in a grand and repeating cosmic play. At times, we all feel completely and utterly crushed under the immense and crushing weight of all of the grand and repeating cosmic cycles, as if all of our own individual choices and all of our own individual lives are being completely and totally overshadowed by a predetermined and unchangeable cosmic fate. However, the one, true and ultimate miracle lies in the simple and profound fact that in each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, even a single, small, and seemingly insignificant change, a single, fleeting and momentary moment of awareness, or a single, simple and ordinary moment has the powerful and precious power to completely and permanently alter the entire and ultimate destiny of the entire cosmos itself. Within all of the endless and pervasive repetitions, each and every person's own individual quest for a genuine and lasting meaning, for a genuine and lasting free will, and for the simple and profound courage to begin anew, are what serve to continuously and eternally breathe a fresh and new life into the entire universe. Perhaps the one, true and ultimate secret lies not in the bleak and terrifying prospect of simply and mindlessly getting lost in all of the endless and eternal cosmic cycles, but instead lies in our own, innate and powerful ability to constantly and eternally recreate each and every new and emerging cosmic cycle, each and every fleeting and precious moment, and each and every new and precious life, with a brand new and more profound meaning. Within the infinite and eternal cosmic cycle, the greatest and most profound freedom and the greatest and most profound beauty both lie in the constant and eternal process of rediscovering both oneself and the entire universe.
Somewhere beyond the sweep of our immediate solar neighborhood, the Milky Way reveals itself not as a silent arc of stars across the night sky, but as a sprawling system with intricate architecture and hidden depths. 100,000 light-years wide, this galaxy is a continent of stars suspended in a void, its center veiled behind curtains of dust in the direction of the constellation Sagittarius. Light itself, the fastest known messenger in the universe, would take a full 100 millennia to cross its breadth. And yet, in all that vastness, our own sun is just a minor player, situated about 30,000 light-years from the galactic center, orbiting it with measured grace every 200 million years. The Milky Way's visible body is a disk, but this disk is more than a flattened spiral of stars. It is a living, rotating structure, dense with interstellar gas and flecks of microscopic dust that veil and reveal depending on the observer's vantage point. Embedded in this disk is over half the galaxy's observable mass stars of varying ages and chemistries, gas clouds primed for stellar birth, and fragments of dust forged from long-dead stars. Only about 1% of this matter consists of dust, yet that sliver plays a disproportionate role in shaping what we can and cannot see. These dust grains, smaller than a micron, are the ashes of stellar cycles, riding the galactic winds and gathering in the cold nurseries where new stars begin to shine. The Sun, a population one star born from gas already seeded with heavy elements, is one of many in this enriched region of the disk. Unlike its older cousins in the halo, It formed from gas that had witnessed previous generations of stellar death and rebirth. These earlier stars forged elements heavier than helium-carbon, oxygen, silicon, iron, and dispersed them into space. Over time, these materials coalesced into dust grains, then into meteoroids, and eventually into planets. It's from this lineage that Earth itself was born, a world possible only in a galaxy old enough to recycle itself. Circling this luminous disk like a ghostly shroud is the galactic halo, an enormous, faintly populated region stretching nearly 200,000 light-years across. It is not symmetrical or vibrant like the disk. Instead, it is sparse and ancient, a graveyard of primordial stars. The halo does not rotate in concert with the disk. Its stars drift in elliptical orbits, indifferent to the ordered dance below. These are population 2 stars old, metal poor, relics from a time before galaxies had matured. Many are gathered into globular clusters, each a self-contained sphere of hundreds of thousands of stars, all born together over 8 to 15 billion years ago. In these stars, the periodic table ends early. With virtually no heavy elements, their chemistry would not permit the formation of complex planetary systems. In a very real sense, they are orphans of cosmic evolution formed too early, from too little, in an era before stars could build the ingredients for worlds. If intelligent life is to exist, it would almost certainly favor the newer stars, the ones born from richer materials, in denser and more dynamic parts of the galaxy. Between the disk and the halo lies a transitional zone, the nuclear bulge. This central sphere is a gravitational furnace of stellar activity, where population 1 and 2 stars intermingle. The region is so crowded that stars lie hundreds of times closer to each other than in our corner of the galaxy. Dense gas flows here in eddies and spirals, and embedded within this chaos, perhaps hidden beneath the glare of surrounding matter, are the suspected giants, supermassive black holes whose gravitational appetites drive the complex energy dynamics of the core. Star clusters offer a way to measure the distances that separate these structures. Open clusters, loosely bound groups of young stars dot the disk and often cling to their birth clouds for a few million years. The Pleiades and Hyades clusters are close enough for astronomers to calculate their distances through parallax and Doppler-based methods. Globular clusters, on the other hand, are scattered mostly in the halo and nuclear bulge, with precise alignments that allow scientists to calibrate distance scales using brightness and temperature. The Hyades cluster plays a pivotal role in this cosmic cartography. It acts as a yardstick for the galaxy and, by extension, the universe. Through techniques like the moving cluster method and main sequence fitting, its measured distance enables astronomers to leapfrog across space using pulsating Cepheid stars as lighthouses to estimate the distances of remote galaxies. Dust, however, complicates everything. Even the clearest cosmic window is rarely truly transparent. The interstellar medium is thick with particles that obscure, absorb, and scatter starlight. Like fog dimming the view across a field, these clouds can reduce a star's brightness to a fraction of its intrinsic glow. Every 3,000 light-years through the disk, the intensity of visible starlight is halved. Beyond 6,000 light-years, the dimming can make stars appear just 1/4 as bright as they would otherwise be, an effect that masks the galaxy's heart from view. Yet this shroud is selectively permeable. Long wavelength light in the infrared and radio ranges pierces through the dust, where optical telescopes see only a void. Instruments tuned to these wavelengths reveal a roiling, star-strewn core. This central bulge, extending 10,000 light-years from the nucleus, is not a featureless void but a labyrinth of stellar birth and death, of collapsing clouds and radiating gas. Multiple sources of strong radiation suggest something formidable lies hidden, perhaps one or more supermassive black holes, concealed not by design, but by dust and distance. As segment 1 fades, it leaves behind a vision of the Milky Way not as a static map of star positions, but as a dynamic arena of birth and memory, structure and entropy. From the ordered orbits of population 1 stars to the drifting remnants in the halo, this first layer of our galactic understanding sets the stage for deeper questions about cosmic structure, stellar evolution, and the forces that shape everything from black holes to planetary systems. Turn your gaze outward past the boundary of our galactic halo, beyond the reach of our sun's gravitational leash, and the solitary glow of our Milky Way gives way to a spectacle far grander, a universe laced with galaxies. What once appeared to the human eye as faint, cloudy smudges on telescope plates have been resolved into entire star cities. Each galaxy, in motion and in flux, spins its own narrative of birth, transformation, and decay, set within a vast web of structure that challenges our every cosmological model. These galaxies are not scattered at random, like raindrops on a spider web. They stretch across the cosmos in filamentary threads and clustered knots. Some are faint, irregular sparks barely distinguishable from globular clusters. Others, like Andromeda or M87, are monumental, their diameters surpassing 500,000 light-years. Most galaxies fall into recognizable shapes: elliptical, spiral, barred spiral, each category a frozen frame from the universe's dynamic evolution. Elliptical galaxies are the most common, making up over 60% of all known galaxies. Their forms are ovoid, smooth, and largely featureless, from the near-spherical E0s to the more elongated E17s. These systems are the ancient vaults of the universe. They lack spiral arms, possess little gas or dust, and contain mainly population 2 stars, ancient, low-metal stars born when the universe itself was still cooling into complexity. Some are mere dwarfs, only marginally larger than star clusters. Others, like the supergiant M87, are monstrous in scale, containing hundreds of billions of stars and harboring colossal black holes in their cores. These elliptical giants often dominate the gravitational centers of galaxy clusters, growing fat on mergers and cosmic cannibalism. In contrast, spiral galaxies like our own wear their age more flamboyantly, with bright, swirling arms wrapping around dense nuclear bulges. They offer a vivid tableau of ongoing stellar life. Their disks are rich in gas and dust, ideal conditions for star formation, and their arms sparkle with the blue-white intensity of young, short-lived stars. These spiral arms are not static structures, but moving density waves, regions where interstellar gas is compressed just enough to trigger gravitational collapse. Newborn stars blaze briefly before fading, leaving behind clusters and remnants that slowly drift away. The spiral arm's longevity presents a paradox. If stars and gas rotated within them as solid features, they would wind tighter and tighter over time, contradicting the loose pattern seen in even the oldest galaxies. This winding problem found its solution in Bertil Lindblad's density wave theory. The arms are not collections of fixed stars, but are more like traffic jams, ripples in space density through which stars and gas pass. This ripple triggers waves of star formation without requiring a rigid structure. The luminous arms are ephemeral, lit by stars that will soon burn out or drift away. But the underlying wave pattern persists, like music played across cosmic time. Galaxies aren't static islands. They belong to groups, clusters, and superclusters. Gravitational associations on scales so immense they defy everyday experience. Our Milky Way is a member of the local group, a modest, irregular cluster of around 20 major galaxies. Its most prominent neighbors, the Andromeda Galaxy and the Triangulum Galaxy, are spirals as well, and the gravitational interplay among them is already reshaping the future. Billions of years from now, Andromeda and the Milky Way will collide and coalesce, forming an elliptical galaxy far larger than either progenitor. Beyond the local group lies the Virgo cluster, a clumpy, irregular swarm of galaxies located about 70 million light-years away. Rich clusters like Virgo contain thousands of galaxies, from delicate spirals to hulking ellipticals. They lack the symmetry of globular star clusters, but exert influence across cosmic distances. Even more massive are the so-called regular clusters, like the Coma cluster, which stretch 10 million light-years in diameter and teem with thousands of galaxies bound together by gravity and perhaps even dark matter. These galaxy clusters are not merely gatherings of stars. They are violent arenas. As galaxies plunge through their environments at thousands of kilometers per second, they interact with streams of intergalactic gas. This high-speed motion through dense plasma can strip galaxies of their own gas, halting star formation and transforming them from active spirals into passive lenticulars. These S0 galaxies, once rich with life, now resemble swept-clean versions of spirals disks without the glow, arms without the pulse. The broader architecture of the universe begins to emerge only when we step even further back. Galaxy clusters themselves group into superclusters, forming a foam-like structure, a vast web where filaments of galaxies are separated by voids spanning hundreds of millions of light-years. Our local group resides within the Laniakea supercluster, which is centered near the Virgo cluster. The structure is gravitationally complex, shaped not only by the visible matter we observe, but also by a scaffolding of dark matter that tethers galaxies into these immense patterns. In trying to understand the variety of galaxies, astronomers have long sought a taxonomy. The most iconic is Edwin Hubble's tuning fork diagram. On one side lie elliptical galaxies, from nearly round E0s to elongated E7s. At the junction are S0 galaxies disk-shaped but gas-poor. From there, the diagram forks into two branches, normal spirals and barred spirals, categorized by the size of their central bulges and the tightness of their arms. Though it was once thought that this diagram reflected evolutionary paths, with galaxies morphing from left to right, or vice versa, modern consensus suggests otherwise. A galaxy's form may be more a matter of birth conditions, density, rotation, and local environment than any smooth transformation over time. But not all galaxies fit the mold. A significant fraction, around 10%, are irregular, defying neat classification. Some are the victims of tidal interactions or galactic collisions. Others are simply primordial systems, never having enough mass to settle into an ordered shape. The small and large Magellanic Clouds, visible in the southern hemisphere's skies, are examples of such irregular galaxies nearby neighbors with chaotic structures shaped by gravitational wrestling with the Milky Way. Here, at the boundary between order and chaos, the story of galaxies becomes one of tension between environment and destiny. Some galaxies are born quiet and remain so, coasting through cosmic time with little disruption. Others are pulled into violent mergers, flung across clusters, or devoured by their larger companions. Yet through all these upheavals, they follow unseen laws, gravity, thermodynamics, and the slow whisper of dark energy stretching the universe like a breathing lung. As we look deeper into space, we also look further into the past. The light from a galaxy 10 billion light-years away left its source when the universe was a fraction of its current age. In that light, we read stories not just of distant structures, but of our own origins. Every distant galaxy is a time capsule, preserving the physics and conditions of an earlier epoch. They hint at a time when galaxies were smaller, more chaotic, and far more prone to rapid star formation. As this segment closes, we find ourselves surrounded by patterns writ large across space, spiral arms, and elliptical swarms, dwarf irregulars and giant clusters all dancing to a rhythm we are just beginning to hear. The universe, once thought to be a scattering of stars, now reveals itself as a carefully choreographed network of galaxies, each a glowing node in a cosmic tapestry. There was a time long before Earth had oceans, long before the sun ignited, when galaxies themselves did not yet exist. No elegant spirals or luminous bulges, no clusters or superclusters to carve patterns across the sky. Instead, there was only gas, a uniform expanse of hydrogen and helium, cooling in the aftermath of the Big Bang, expanding like breath into cold air. But even this early universe, seemingly simple, bore within it tiny imperfections, minute differences in density that would become the seeds of all structure. These primordial variations, less than 1 part in 100,000, were not errors but blueprints. Over eons, gravity acted on them, nudging denser regions to grow denser still. As the universe expanded, the average density of matter decreased, but those slightly over-dense regions, protuberances in an otherwise smooth fabric, resisted the thinning. Their relative density increased until, at some critical threshold, they began to collapse. From these gentle perturbations, proto-galaxies were born. A proto-galaxy was not a single object, but a region often hundreds of thousands of light-years across, where gas slowed, halted its outward drift, and began to fall inward. This gas, still composed mostly of hydrogen and helium forged in the Big Bang, was cool and diffuse. Its fate depended on three crucial factors: its mass, its initial rotation, and its internal irregularities. In regions with higher mass, gravity pulled more strongly. Where there was rotation, centrifugal force pushed back. And in areas of internal clumpiness, collapse occurred unevenly, giving rise to the earliest generation of stars. These first stars, population 2 stars, were born in the densest central regions of proto-galaxies, lacking heavy elements. They were composed almost entirely of primordial gas. Many were massive, burning their nuclear fuel rapidly and dying in violent supernova explosions. In their deaths, they seeded their surroundings with heavier elements: carbon, oxygen, iron, the raw materials from which later stars, planets, and eventually life would form. This chemical alchemy, repeated across millions of such first-generation stars, enriched the collapsing gas clouds with each cycle of death and birth. As the proto-galaxy collapsed further, a striking phenomenon occurred. The stars, once formed, ceased to participate in the general infall. Each star followed an orbit around the growing center, but unlike gas, it could not dissipate energy through collisions or radiation. It remained suspended in motion, while the gas continued to sink. Over hundreds of millions of years, this differential behavior sculpted the emerging galaxy's structure. The early spherical swarm of stars, the halo, remained a fossil record of this initial collapse, while the infalling gas eventually settled into a rotating disk. Here lies a subtle insight. The stars in the halo, the gas in the disk, and the shape of the galaxy are not independent phenomena. They are chapters in a single gravitational history, unfolding in time. A galaxy's form, spiral or elliptical, reflects the balance of forces at play during its formation. In cases where rotation dominated, gas was able to flatten into a disk, forming spirals rich in ongoing starbirth. In galaxies where collapse outpaced spin, the result was more spherical, a structure that consumed its gas rapidly, leaving behind a population of aging stars and little fuel for the future. Yet the narrative does not stop with formation. These early galaxies, already differentiated in shape and content, interacted, merged, and evolved. Some spirals collided and formed ellipticals. Some dwarf galaxies were cannibalized by larger hosts. Some retained their integrity for billions of years, like cosmic islands drifting in a sea of expansion. But at the heart of all these changes lay one common force: gravity, ever at work sculpting structure from chaos. Consider a proto-galactic cloud with moderate rotation. As its outer gas collapses inward, the increasing spin creates a barrier. Centrifugal force flattens the flow into a disk. The central region, less affected by this force, becomes a halo. Here, population 2 stars light up first, followed by generations of increasingly metal-rich stars in the disk. Magnetic fields, turbulence, and stellar winds complicate this picture, impeding or delaying star formation. But over time, a majestic spiral emerges, its arms cradling newborn stars, its halo preserving echoes of a forgotten past. Now imagine another scenario: the same cloud, but with higher density and less spin. Collapse occurs more quickly and more uniformly. The gas doesn't have time to settle into a disk. Instead, it feeds an orgy of rapid star formation. With little rotation to resist infall, the gas is consumed before it can spread out. The result: an elliptical galaxy, dense, old, and quiet. Star formation ends early, and the structure remains largely unchanged for billions of years. This dichotomy, disk versus spheroid, spiral versus elliptical, underlies much of modern galaxy classification. But nature, as always, permits exceptions. Intermediate forms emerge. Galaxies with moderate rotation but clumpy collapse may form lenticular shapes. Those with strong initial density variations may fragment into multiple components. And some, battered by collisions or gravitational tides, bear little resemblance to either category, becoming irregular or peculiar in appearance. The process of galaxy formation also invites a broader philosophical contemplation. These structures, vast beyond comprehension, arise not from divine intervention or miraculous design, but from the slow, inexorable unfolding of simple laws. The same equations that govern falling apples and orbiting moons shape the birth of galaxies. Yet from these laws, an astonishing complexity emerges: order, symmetry, beauty. In contemplating the origin of galaxies, we are drawn into a meditation on emergence, how simplicity breeds structure, how chaos gives rise to form. And what of time to us? Galaxies seem eternal, their shapes unchanging across the millennia. But this is an illusion born of scale. Galaxies live, evolve, and die. They merge, shift, and bleed their energies into space. Some lose their gas to intergalactic winds, others collapse into active nuclei. A galaxy that once blazed with newborn stars may one day become a ghost, its brilliance faded, its arms smudged into obscurity. Seen in this light, galaxies become more than astrophysical phenomena. They are timelines, each one recording a different version of cosmic history. Some tell of quiet births and long, graceful evolutions. Others are chronicles of violence of mergers, collisions, and sudden transformations. And embedded within each is the memory of conditions from a time when the universe was young, denser, and hotter. The current distribution of galaxy types, then, is not arbitrary. It reflects the timing of their formation, the initial conditions of the expanding universe, and the complex choreography of matter under gravity. Fragmentation and aggregation, these two principles, once thought opposed, now appear as partners in a universal dance. From tiny fluctuations in density came the building blocks of structure. From collapsing globes came stars. From the clustering of galaxies came superclusters. And from them, the vast, luminous web that defines our cosmic environment. The very idea that a region with only one hydrogen atom per cubic centimeter, a vacuum by terrestrial standards, could give rise to such richness speaks to the astonishing scale of cosmic processes. What seems empty to us is, on galactic scales, a sea of possibility. What begins as a whisper of imbalance becomes, through time and gravity, a voice shouting across the ages in the form of stars, clusters, and galaxies. In the next arc of our story, we will dive inward again, not into space, but into energy. We will examine what happens when gravity, unopposed, ignites not just stars, but entire galactic cores, turning galaxies into lighthouses visible across the universe, and revealing the monstrous hearts that dwell within. Somewhere in the depths of a galaxy, not in the quiet outskirts where stars drift serenely, but in the violent central furnace where matter crushes into itself, a singular hunger awakens. This is not a star, nor even a cluster of stars. It is a presence invisible, insatiable, and capable of swallowing light itself. At the core of many galaxies, including our own, lies a black hole, not just any black hole, but a supermassive one, containing millions or even billions of solar masses compressed into a volume scarcely larger than our solar system. To encounter such an entity is to brush against the limits of what physics can describe. A black hole is not a thing so much as a region of altered reality, where gravity warps space and time to extremes. But it is not the black hole alone that makes a galaxy's center luminous. Paradoxically, it is what surrounds it, gas spiraling inward, forming a blazing accretion disk heated to millions of degrees that transforms these invisible monsters into some of the brightest objects in the universe. These blazing hearts are what we now call active galactic nuclei, and when they flare to their fullest intensity, we see them as quasars, quasi-stellar radio sources. Though not all are loud in radio, from billions of light years away, they send us signals, not voices, but pulses of energy so vast that for a time, they outshine entire galaxies. They vary in brightness from week to week, sometimes day to day, which means their engines must be astonishingly compact, smaller than the distance from the Sun to Pluto, yet releasing energy equivalent to hundreds of millions of suns. The analogy is often made between quasars and cosmic lighthouses, but that metaphor understates the violence. These are furnaces of annihilation, converting matter into energy with efficiencies unmatched by any known process, short of total nuclear conversion. As gas falls into a black hole's accretion disk, it accelerates, collides, compresses, and heats. Magnetic fields twist and snap. Particles reach energies that dwarf anything our machines can achieve. The process is chaotic, yet strangely efficient. Perhaps 10% of the infalling matter's mass is transformed into radiant energy, released across the electromagnetic spectrum. And not all of that energy radiates passively. Some of it is funneled into jets, collimated beams of plasma that shoot from the poles of the accretion disk at near-light speeds, stretching hundreds of thousands of light years into intergalactic space. These jets carve tunnels through the surrounding medium, lighting up radio lobes that balloon like smoke rings around the host galaxy. From Earth, we see them as two lobes of radio emission, straddling a galaxy too distant to resolve, like twin searchlights from some forgotten war. The mechanisms behind these jets are still not fully understood. Some theories invoke magnetohydrodynamics, the same physics that governs sunspots and solar flares, magnified a billionfold. Others suggest that the rotation of the black hole itself, the so-called Kerr metric, twists spacetime, dragging magnetic field lines and launching particles outward. Whatever the cause, the result is spectacular radiation bursts that can last millions of years, shaping the galaxy's evolution and influencing its neighbors. Yet quasars do not burn forever. They flare, shine, and fade. When their fuel runs low, when the surrounding gas has been consumed, blown away by radiation pressure, or ejected by gravitational feedback, they fall silent. The accretion disk dissipates. The jets vanish. The black hole remains, quiet and cold, unless fresh gas stirs it awake once more. The transient nature of quasars suggests that most, perhaps all, large galaxies host supermassive black holes at their cores, and that those black holes go through active phases when conditions permit. In spiral galaxies like our own, the central black hole is often dormant or only modestly active. But in ellipticals, particularly those in crowded galactic clusters, activity can surge. This raises provocative questions. What governs a black hole's feeding schedule? What wakes it? What puts it to sleep? The relationship between a galaxy and its central black hole is not one-directional. While it was once thought that black holes were mere byproducts of galactic evolution, evidence now suggests a deeper interdependence. The mass of a galaxy's bulge correlates tightly with the mass of its central black hole, implying that they co-evolve. Radiation and outflows from active nuclei can regulate star formation by heating or expelling gas. Feedback, in this context, is not a metaphor. It is a literal, energetic coupling between a galaxy's heart and its extended structure. To probe this relationship further is to confront one of the most fascinating frontiers in modern cosmology. Why do galaxies with larger bulges have larger black holes? Does the growth of one limit the other? And what mechanisms ensure this cosmic tuning? Across billions of years and light years, the balance suggests a form of regulation, self-limiting growth, perhaps driven by the same physics that governs planetary atmospheres or ecological systems. In exploring these dynamics, we glimpse a universe where matter behaves like memory. Gas clouds remember the energy they've absorbed. Stars remember the metals forged by earlier generations. Black holes remember every photon they've consumed, storing mass without revealing it. And galaxies, as structures, remember their origins through the quiet echoes of their most violent epochs. But the significance of quasars, AGN, and black holes extends beyond astrophysics. They challenge our philosophical frameworks. Here are entities that cannot be seen directly, yet whose influence is undeniable. They remind us that reality is not limited to the visible, that the most powerful forces in nature are often cloaked in shadow. They are monuments to the limits of our perception and invitations to stretch those limits further. Imagine standing on a planet orbiting a star that once belonged to a quasar-hosting galaxy. In its sky, there might have been a time when night was not dark, when the galactic core blazed like a second sun. The spectacle would have lasted for epochs, longer than civilizations. And then, as quietly as it began, the light would fade. The black hole would remain, silent and unremarkable, as though the fire had never been. These cosmic flickers remind us of transience at scales we rarely consider. They are not just lights in the sky, but chapters in a story of becoming birth, hunger, radiance, decline. They are galactic myths, written in X-rays and radio waves, whispered across billions of years. In the next and final arc of our journey, we will follow these whispers outward beyond galaxies and clusters, into the web of the cosmos itself. We will trace the structures that galaxies form, and explore the frontier where cosmology meets origin, how the universe gave rise not just to stars and black holes, but to the framework of space-time we call reality. The sky above, so apparently empty, is a structure of astonishing complexity. Through the lens of modern astronomy, the cosmos reveals itself not as a scattering of isolated galaxies drifting in random solitude, but as an immense, interconnected web of filigree of matter that stretches across the observable universe, shaped by forces rooted in the earliest instants of time. Clusters of galaxies, each containing thousands of constituent systems, gather into even larger conglomerates, superclusters, bound loosely by gravity and connected by vast filaments of gas and dark matter. These filaments span hundreds of millions of light years, woven together like the threads of an invisible lattice. Between them are cosmic voids, enormous regions of near-nothingness, where only a few galaxies reside. It is this cosmic web that frames the large-scale structure of the universe. Our own local group, a modest collection of about 30 galaxies including the Milky Way and Andromeda, belongs to the Virgo supercluster, which in turn is part of a still grander structure known as Laniakea, a name that means immeasurable heaven in Hawaiian. But these designations, however poetic, fail to convey the scale. The Virgo supercluster alone spans over 100 million light-years, yet even it is just one among many. As we peer farther into space, we look deeper into time. Light from the most distant galaxies began its journey billions of years ago, when the universe was young and galaxies were more primitive, compact, and chaotically formed. These early structures were shaped by gravity acting on minuscule ripples in the density of matter fluctuations born during the first fractions of a second after the Big Bang. It is within these fluctuations that the seeds of all structure were sown. To understand how galaxies emerged from this primordial soup is to confront a sequence of delicate thresholds. When the universe was just a few 100,000 years old, it cooled enough for protons and electrons to combine into hydrogen atoms. This recombination rendered the universe transparent, allowing light to move freely. We observe this light today as the cosmic microwave background, a faint, uniform glow that fills the sky in every direction. But that calm was deceptive. Underneath the uniformity were those subtle variations, places where matter was slightly more dense. Over billions of years, gravity amplified those imperfections. Matter clumped, gas cooled, and stars ignited. Protogalaxies formed, collapsed, and merged. In some regions, immense concentrations of matter became the cradles of galaxy clusters. In others, matter flowed outward, leaving voids behind. The universe sculpted itself through a dance of attraction and expansion. The competing influences of gravity and dark energy define this process. Gravity pulls matter together, forging structure. Dark energy, the mysterious force accelerating the expansion of space, acts in opposition, driving galaxies apart. Their interplay has defined the universe's evolution since its earliest epoch. At present, dark energy dominates. Galaxies not bound in clusters are receding from one another at ever-increasing speeds, their light redshifted into invisibility. This cosmic acceleration means that some galaxies we now observe will, in time, vanish from view altogether. Beyond a certain horizon, the so-called cosmic event horizon light emitted today will never reach us. It is not that the galaxies are moving faster than light, but that the space between us and them is stretching too quickly. To observe the universe, then, is also to witness a kind of slow disappearance, a graceful, irreversible fading. And so the cosmos becomes a narrative about presence and absence, about what can be seen and what is forever out of reach. It is a theater of becoming and forgetting. Each star that dies, each galaxy that recedes, each quasar that dims, adds to the silent memory inscribed across space-time. In this context, even the vastest structures become ephemeral. Superclusters are not gravitationally bound holes over unimaginable time spans. They too will dissolve. The cosmic web will stretch into filamentary remnants. Clusters will become isolated archipelagos. Eventually, star formation will cease. The brightest lights will burn out, and black holes will dominate the scenery, slowly evaporating, particle by particle, in the cold abyss. This far future is not grim, but profound. It is not the absence of purpose, but the ultimate expression of transformation. The cosmos, from its birth in a flash of light to its slow fade into entropy, is an unfolding of possibility. That it gave rise to galaxies, to stars, to life, and to minds that ask these questions is a reflection not just of physical law, but of contingency, emergence, and wonder. And, even here, among collapsing globes of gas and retreating horizons, new questions bloom. Could there be other universes beyond our own observable edge? Might the inflation that seeded our cosmos have birthed others, each with their own laws, their own physics, their own time? The multiverse, once a speculative idea, is now a serious proposition in cosmological circles. Some theories suggest that universes bubble into being like foam, each expanding into its own pocket of space-time. Others propose cycles, cosmic rebirths through black holes, bounces, or emergent quantum geometries. In these models, our cosmos is not the only story, but a page in a larger anthology. We do not yet know if these ideas are testable, but they serve a vital role. They remind us that explanations always open into further questions, that knowledge is not an end, but a pathway. Perhaps that is the deepest lesson of the universe. Its immensity is not designed to dwarf us, but to awaken us, to consider galaxies not merely as objects, but as relationships between matter and light, between energy and curvature, between chaos and order, is to realize that the universe is not something apart from us. We are its outcome and its witness. From the spiral arms of our galaxy to the collapsing cores of protogalaxies, from the dust between the stars to the jets of quasar light that travel for eons, we are entangled in this structure, composed of its remnants and guided by its patterns. To know it is to recognize that the cosmos is not merely a place, but a process, and that we, fleeting and fragile, are part of its unfolding. In that sense, the sky is not silent. It speaks through gravity, through photons, through the whisper of hydrogen and the flare of collapsing stars. All we need is to learn to listen.